Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined today with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Sophia. Today's the 5-year anniversary of the Crowley deaths. Welcome, everyone. The bodies were found 5 years ago today. I'm joined today with Greg Fernandez Jr. And tonight's show is going to be opened up. It's going to be a 3-hour broadcast and live stream on YouTube to go over questions, comments, photos, pictures. We've got a PowerPoint and other things to bring the viewers and those following the case up to speed. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for joining me here.
Yes, and welcome, Sophia.
Hi, Dan and Greg.
Greetings.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Very good. So, where would we like to start? I'm going to jump onto that YouTube stream page as well and monitor the chat as we go along as well, because I've never done that in the past, and I'd like to take advantage of that.
Awesome. Yeah, kind of. Maybe you can help keep us going on what is going on in our chat room, so we can kind of make this as interactive as possible. I'm going to pull that up too, actually.
I'm in there right now.
Are you? Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. We're all ready. You're all ready. I'm in slow mode here today. Let me pull this up here. All right, nice. We got 14 people in the chat right now. That's really cool. Love seeing that. You got She-Wolf. Hey, She-Wolf. Hey, Patty. Hey, Bugs. Wilson, Patty, or Pansy. And Paulette. Butterfly Kisses. Awesome. Great to see you all. Dan's also in the chat room. That's great. 16 people and growing. So, I believe what we should do here first is make sure that everybody, I'm sure everybody here kind of knows where to go and where to get all of your documents if you do need them. There's a few places that you can go. Obviously, you can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com. Scroll down to the bottom and you can find all of the documents that we have. I think I did not add the ones that I wanted to. So the phone records, the financial records, and David Crowley's military record are definitely 3 of the ones that I want to add. But there are so many documents. There's so much stuff. So those are some of the most important ones. Then you can also go to uglytruth.info. And there's a whole David Crowley section there as well. So definitely, if you have not read this article that Dan Hennon made this back in was September 22nd, 2015, and it's definitely something that everybody should read. There's also a lot of the old documents, some of the documents that you really can't find out there now, and some of the radio interviews. I don't know if you have. I know you've done a lot, so you do have the Waking Up to the Truth. Those are the ones I want to go back through those one of these days. I'm looking forward to that as well. Then I guess we should probably take a look at some of the latest posts that we have from the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I was looking at it today, and we're getting closer and closer to 3,000 members. And I know, Dan, you had kind of talked about it. We have people this is worldwide. You know, there's people from all different countries, all different time zones, asking the same questions, looking into all of this stuff, and that's just awesome. What is the number? I don't know if I could see it here or not. Maybe in the about.
Well, you'll find that, Greg. One thing I'd like to add, being in Minnesota, 30 minutes away from where the crime was committed, I found on the Facebook Justice group page that many other states around the U.S. Were far more interested in this case than fellow Minnesotans. And now, 5 years later, when I am on the page approving members who wish to join, more and more of them are local people. And so that is a great relief to start seeing more local Minnesota people from the area and from also the Midwest their eyes are opened to this case. So, but once again, there's a lot from all around the world following this case.
It's true. 2,860 members. That's awesome.
And I think it's great that a lot of locals are starting to join, because hopefully we can get enough people interested from Minnesota to start speaking out and hopefully reaching the right people in regards to this case and getting it opened again.
Awesome. All right, let's look at some of the new activity that we have here. And this one was from Dan. Dan, maybe you can give us a little background. I know people, a lot of people, it sounds like they're seeing this image for the very first time, possibly. So you write, coming up on the 5-year anniversary of this photo, pictured left to right, Sean Wright, Danny Crowley Jr., Danny August Mason, and Mason Hendricks. Photo posted on Instagram the day of the television interviews after the bodies of the Crowley family were discovered. So after they are interviewed about this tragedy, they posted this?
Well, it was a couple of days after the bodies were found. I'm thinking the time frame on this, I'd have to go back and check the timeline, but just off the top of my head, I believe this was that Tuesday or Wednesday of the following week. The bodies were discovered on a Saturday, and then Sunday was they wrapped up the investigation, and it was in the press by Monday and Tuesday, and I think this was possibly Wednesday. And I'm not sure if this was before the television interviews or immediately after the television interviews. And I can't tell if this is from someone's house or if this is from the television station or the waiting room or where they all were, but this photo was posted. I remember that day clearly. I was helping a good friend of mine move, and I got something pop up on my messenger on Facebook. Someone had screenshotted this image and says, "You'll never believe what they just posted on Instagram." And it finished off with the hashtag brothers, the 4 smiling guys in the aftermath of this triple homicide, laughing, happy, excited. I mean, this is just disgusting. And so this really got a lot of play when it first came out, because I made sure to post it right away. And they were busy doing television interviews, but at the same time, if you were to read their posts on Facebook, they were in the process of grieving. They were in process of getting their head around what just happened to their best friend. They were trying to digest this whole scenario of what just happened. But when this thing got posted, that's where it became evident that it was all just a facade.
There it is.
And the response we heard from a lot of folks as well was the old, people grieve in different ways, and we shouldn't take someone laughing as a picture like this as something suspicious, because people grieve differently. And then it came out that this photo was taken many months ago, and they just decided to post it that day after the interviews. But I think when we looked into the screen image of that shot, that metadata, or the EXIF data, that photo was taken that day and published and uploaded immediately to Instagram by Mason Hendricks. So very bizarre actions and activities in the aftermath. I mean, the memorial service hadn't even taken place yet, and I don't think an obituary was even published at that point when this photo was uploaded. And so I've always referred to this as the iconic smiling guys photo.
Yeah, it's definitely odd. So Sophia, any comments on this image here? Some things are better left unsaid. Is that what?
It's just tacky as hell. I mean, my sister had a memorial service a month after she passed away. We had a month to prepare. And let me tell you, by the time I hit the county line of where her memorial service was going to be held at, I could not stop crying. And that was all the way until I got home after her service, late that night, because we had to travel out of town. I cried nonstop. And these 4 individuals who had been all over social media saying, let us have time to grieve. We can't answer questions. We can't help you guys out or anything like that. And then they're here giving interviews on TV and smiling like dumbasses. I'm sorry. It's just tacky as hell.
All right.
My personal opinion on that.
Sure. Okay, another one here, also by Dan Hinnon. This was January 17th. Okay, so here's a screenshot of the very first mention of the Crowley case on social media 5 years ago today.
This particular image, I went back, I think it was a couple months after the crimes, after the bodies were discovered, and went back to try to see how this, because this wasn't in the news or the press or anything, and at first those press releases came out, which were little snippets by the Apple Valley Police Department, but I hadn't heard of this case on the local news or anything at all. So I did a search on Twitter, and I came up with this image that was 9:32 p.m. And locally here, we're coming up on the one about an hour away from the 5-year anniversary of this photo being taken in front of the Crowley home with the news cameras there with the Apple Valley police cruiser in front. And this is the very first one, and it just says police investigating 3 dead bodies, a developing story, breaking news in Apple Valley, Minnesota. And so I kept that screenshot because I had figured at one point that would either be pulled down or yanked or scrubbed or something, so I made sure to have a screenshot. And I posted this image today on both of the Justice pages.
Yeah, definitely.
Did it stay up?
Go ahead, Sophia.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Did it stay up, Dan?
I did not. I have not double checked this to see that that's being that's 5 years ago now. That would be pretty far back. If anyone on the chat room would like to do that, be my guest to see if it actually is still up.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right. Okay, Sophia has posted remembering David, Komel, and Raniya on the 5-year anniversary of when they were discovered. We will be having a conference call tonight. Yeah, so anytime anyone does want to join us in these calls, please just let us know, and I'll make sure that you can. I don't remember when I first saw these images, but I think I think the same company that helped them get the house, the same, I think it was, right? Wasn't it, Dan? The same company that helped them get the house is the same one that sold it? Is that correct? The same guy?
I believe so. I'm not certain.
Yeah, I remember something like that. But that's it. I mean, they were only there for one year, you know.
And that's another thing to get through to those newer visitors and listeners and members of the page. They were only in that house for a little over a year. I think this is them closing on the house in 2013 in front of and that's fall. The leaves are falling. It looks like it's October time frame. And so they had just gotten in there and gotten settled and then celebrated their very first Christmas. And then a year later, the bodies were discovered. So they were just happy first-time homeowners with a young child, and were living in that apartment previous to this, where we see a lot of the footage with the Post-it notes and things like that. That was all in their apartment that they lived in, but they got this house, and happy new homeowners, young family.
Yeah, there it is. That's all of them. Let's see. Okay, we got tomorrow's show. Okay, here's one. Denise, is it beyond the realms of possibility that the killers stayed in the house with them, obviously with protective gear on, coverall with hoods, gloves, and shoe covers? I've had an iffy feeling right from the get-go that the house was too much of a tip. Komel always looked so well turned out, and from what I've read, she doesn't strike me as the kind of person who would live with all that mess. A lot of great, interesting things to talk about there. Maybe let's start with the house being a mess. Um, was the house a mess? I don't know. I mean, we've seen other photos of what their house is like, and we've seen photos of what the apartments that they've lived in are like. But remember, these are young people too. I mean, they died. They weren't even 30 years old. They very, very young. And so, I mean, I don't know. I didn't pay too much attention to the to the messy scene, but I know that a lot of our members did, and a lot of people have made me kind of think about that and wonder about, was the house messy? Was it ransacked? Was it gone through, et cetera, et cetera? So you kind of go through all of that.
I think I'd like to jump in here on that one. A young family with a young child, yes, your house will be not nice and neat and tidied, perhaps a little messy. The definition of messy is different to each person. I've seen houses much more messier. I've seen houses much more cleaner. I'm not sure what it means or if it means anything in this case, if they kept a neat house or not. But we have to remember that there was 3 weeks in between the bodies found and the last communication between this family, between a phone call, email, text, or whatever. So if the bodies were only there 1 week, dead bodies, they're being 1 week, decomposing and whatnot, we still have 2 weeks to back into. Were the killers there? Was the torturing going on at that time? Or were they just simply the family bound and gagged in the basement or something in that house? And so we don't know if the perpetrators in the house caused the mess or caused the ransacking, or if they did what they needed to do to find what they needed, if anything at all, and put it all back, or was it, who knows? That's kind of the question. Because there was 3 weeks there that are missing, we don't know who was in the house. We know that it was someone other than David, Komel, and Rani was in that house, due to the evidence that there was blood in the forensics, in the lab reports that excluded those 3 people. So we already know that someone else was bleeding in that house at one point. So if the house was messy or clean, I don't know if that's that much of an important point, I guess, because it wasn't just them in that house, and who knows what went on in those 3 weeks. But to each his own. I've had people respond to me by saying the house is just a pigsty, a mess, and I didn't exactly see it that way. I've raised young children, and their house kind of looks similar to what mine looked like. So to each his own. I don't know what the definition of that is, because it's very subjective, but some have commented. Now, the other thing, and my last thing I'll just touch on here before we move on to something else, is the basement is, David was just coming off that garage sale for the Bullet Exchange, his other company that he shut down, and had a large garage sale in the month of September. And so a lot of those items were not yet put away or inventoried or stored or given to Goodwill or sold. They were just out there, and a lot of the stuff in the basement was kind of a mess. David's guns, weapons, ammunition, police things, and some of his other props. So I think that also leads people to think that it was a very messy house. But that garage sale was just several months before, and he shut down that business, had a garage sale to sell everything. And what we see down in that basement is all the remnants of what was not yet sold. And maybe he was going through it to see what he wanted to keep for props and what he wanted to sell, but it wasn't, neat and orderly in any way. That part of it certainly was a mess. But I think people are mainly talking about the upstairs living conditions, and I didn't think much about that.
Okay.
Well, if I could put a little opinion in, we have a young child living in our apartment, and I can tell you we could clean after him or while he's taking a nap, and he could be awake for less than 3 minutes and be a tornado through it. So, and they had a 5-year-old who was home for at least 3 weeks. Well, depending on when they died. She was home, and it's very possible that they could have waited until she went down at night to clean, or did it before she woke up, that kind of thing. But it could be a losing battle while they're awake.
Well, I do think we have a couple other people on the call here. Who else do we have here?
I'm here. It's Christy.
Hey, Christy.
Hey,
How are you?
Christy.
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Hello, Christy.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us here. Any comments on any of the stuff that we've talked about so far, or anything you wanna talk about?
Well, I mean, kind of the same thing Sophia said. I've had kids, and I mean, I know, like, I've had people, you know, when my kids were younger, I've had people that are, like, extremely OCD come in and say, oh, your house is so messy and everything. But, I mean, when kids are being kids and you're letting them live and stuff, you're going to kind of have mess and chaos in the house a little bit. And plus, not only were they raising a small child, but they were both extremely busy people. So they were trying to juggle a lot. So probably cleaning kind of got, you know, was like, we're just going to, you know, keep things picked up. And they may have had, like, some people have, like, different ways of doing things. Like, some people, like, you know, they'll pick up and stuff like that, and then maybe, like, once a month they'll do, like, a deep cleaning or something in dust and everything like that. So I think it really just depends on the person and what their perception of cleanliness is. It didn't look extremely messy to me. I mean, it's really, I mean, I think that it kind of, because of the scene and the way everything looks, I think it makes it look a lot more messy than it was. But, I mean, I've gone back to that glass table a million times. I'm sure I'd drive everyone nuts, but that glass table, you know, it was very clean for it to be so close to what supposedly occurred right there in such close proximity. And I mean, and it was a glass table, and so that's why I find it really odd that that glass table was as clean as it was.
Yeah.
So
I think we have somebody else on the call too. Who else do we have here with us? 817?
That's
Who's that?
Is this Pansy?
Is that Pansy?
yes. I had to drop off. I got a call from my sister.
Oh, that's okay. All right. I just wanted to see.
Can I come back on?
Okay. Awesome. Thanks for joining us here.
Yeah, I got to catch up with y'all now.
That's all right. Any
Hope I didn't miss too much.
Nope, haven't missed too much. We're just getting rolling. We haven't even really started here. We're just doing some of the basics, going over some of the different basics about this case, I guess, if you can call them that, and looking through some of the latest Facebook posts and everything like that. Anything you want to bring up, Pansy, before we continue on?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Make sure that if you do, just do whatever my cat does and just start talking. Interrupt everything.
All right, there.
Okay. Okay, cool. I guess let's go ahead, and unless anybody else has anything, I'm gonna take a quick look here in the chat room, and then we'll kind of move on. I want to say hi. Hey, we got a lot of new people. We're up to 30 people watching right now. So I know that I missed a lot of people, but I want to say hi to Christy, to Patty, to Johanna, to Jennifer, to Patty again? No. To Denise, to She-Wolf, and hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I think I got just about everybody there. So we always got the best people in the best chat room ever. So I really appreciate everybody just being very cool, very chill about it. We got a whole agenda here, but at any time, if anybody would like to bring up any topic, please feel free. I'm looking at my bullet points, and so we went over that. Dan, maybe you can give us kind of a recap. You were on Eric Spitfire Wilkinson's show, the Sentinels of Truth, Wednesday night, January 15th, 2020. You were on that show. Can you give us maybe a little recap and kind of tell us maybe when it might be coming out? I know kind of there is a time different. He kind of waits. He has to wait for some reason. But that's on Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, usually in Studio A.
Yes, Revolution Radio does the show, and it's I think it's Wednesday night. Eric Spitfire Wilkinson has a 2-hour broadcast, and I was a guest for the 2 hours. The initial hour was dedicated totally to the David Crowley case. Second hour, they went on to some other subjects, and I stayed on for the show. But the first hour was very good, and they were looking for, there's I think 3 members on the show. It's Damien, Jamie, and Eric, 3 guys, and they're well versed about this case. So they asked several questions about the updates, what's going on, what's the new latest revelations, and I gave them updates on your book, Greg, the possibility of a documentary by Christian Coffins coming out, and the Justice Page. We've got 2,800 members, and so that was a very good topic. They asked some very good questions, and I answered and spoke to some of that, coming up here with the 5-year anniversary being today, and how far we have come. Most of the members that we get joining our Justice Page group is those who immediately just got done watching a Gray State documentary by Eric Nelson, and so we put that together on the show. That they did that as a propaganda piece to really shut up the doubters, but because it backfired, and it certainly backfired, the critical thinkers who watched that documentary with an open mind, they know that if something doesn't sit right, they don't know what it is exactly, but because we were mentioned, and Greg and I were both interviewed in that documentary, just a couple of clips were shown, but it does give the Facebook page and the Justice Page out there, and I think people do a search for it, jump onto Facebook and find it, and usually those very first people, when they join, they say that I came here as a direct result of the documentary. So I'd like to thank Eric Nelson and his team for doing that documentary, because it's really driving a lot of traffic onto the Justice Page, because it's waking people up. So we talked about those types of things, the updates, and how it ties in much to the bigger picture. We talked about the documentary that they did, the Gray State team, that was released, called The Rise, and that was out there, and then the movie was never made. We do get a lot of questions with that, even to this day. When will the movie come out? When will the movie be released? Will it ever be released? And so the movie was never made. For the new folks out there, the Gray State team put together a 2-minute trailer of what the movie could look like, and that's what they used to pitch to Hollywood for budgeting purposes. And but they never did make the movie itself. The movie was never made. There was different versions of the script, and ultimately it came down to getting a contract signed to do possibly a web-based internet series or a web series with called the Gray State. And so that's what David was in works with when the family was found dead.
Disturbing.
I just want to say thank you to everybody in the live chat. We have 35 people now listening.
Wow, that's great.
And Greg, I forgot. I don't know when that link from the Revolution Radio. I'm guessing it'll be tomorrow, sometime Sunday. That will be out there, and I encourage everyone to listen. Go to the show. It's just the first hour. There are no commercial breaks, but it's a good summary that you could share with others to get the word out, or listen to for yourself. But that should be available tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, and
it was a good discussion.
Was it? Oh yeah, that's right. You were there.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
you know, the first hour was really about the group and what we're working on, and then the second hour was more about Max Egan and something going on with him.
Okay. So I'm
And
pretty
he's
sure.
just a YouTuber from Australia.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I know Eric has him on there a lot, but I haven't really checked him out. But I'm gonna try to get to the get to his channel. This is probably where it's gonna air. Of course, I need to go. Probably need to go here. Um, well, it'll probably air on Eric Spitfire Wilkinson's channel. I'm pretty sure that's where it's gonna air at some point. Sentinels
Sentinel's Truth.
of Truth. Sentinels of Truth. Okay, I'll have to find it, but it's here. I believe it's probably might be this one here. I know he has a few channels because he got shut down. So I know he's one of those guys. You know, he gets they go after him. They don't like him that much, but yeah. So I don't think this is his main channel. This is a different channel, but he does have another main channel there. But we'll definitely make sure people can have access to that once it comes out. I'm looking forward to it since I missed it. All right. Let me check the chat room here. There's a lot of really good chats going on. That's nice. Outlaw Bob Barker. Is there any chance that the script will see the light of day? Who has David's script? That's a great question. Do we know who has David's script? I don't really know. I would assume David's dad and the Apple Valley Police, or actually the Dakota County electronic unit. They should have copies of all of that stuff too. I don't know what their policy is once they go through all of David's data. I think they went through some terabytes of data, and then I guess they gave it back to David's dad. And there's also questions about different versions of that script, because some of the versions go into a more spiritual realm. There's some that the Gray State team didn't like. I'm guessing that it kind of strayed away from what it first was, but that first 2012 trailer was just a concept trailer, right? So I mean, but I was still expecting, like, if I wanted to see the movie, I want to see what's in that trailer, and it sounds like they were already, even in 2013, it sounds like they were already kind of moving away from a lot of the things in that trailer. There's one interview where David Crowley says that the guillotine scene will not happen, that there isn't one in his film, which I thought was weird to have it in the trailer, because that was a big part of the trailer, I thought. So
I think a lot of people who helped to make the trailer and help finance David would have been upset if it wasn't similar to what the trailer had been advertising, but that's just my opinion. I don't know, it just would seem kind of dishonest to sell a storyline and to sell that and then completely change it and make a whole different type of movie.
Mm-hmm.
We do know that Danny August Mason moved forward with creating the company and the logo called Gray State Universe LLC, and he was moving forward with, I believe, the script. So if someone did have it, I believe Danny August Mason would have had a copy or had the script or a version of it, because he was moving forward with the company, and so one can only assume he wanted to use that and move forward with it. So if anyone had it, I think he was one person for sure who had something with it, because he was actively moving forward. He created that company, Gray State Universe, with the Secretary of State in the state of Minnesota in May of 2015. Just 4 months after the bodies were discovered, he was already getting the trademark for the logo, and the company set up to move forward with the film. That had since that has since lapsed. There is no Gray State Universe LLC in the state of Minnesota. But he was hot to trot at the beginning.
And when he did that interview with
Ben Swan?
Ben Swan, he mentioned the Gray State Universe in that interview.
Did he really?
So he was already thinking about it.
Wow.
Yeah. It was like near the very beginning.
Wow.
And he had mentioned that. I'll have to get the minute mark for you, Greg.
Yeah.
And that was an interesting point, because one answer that I think the Gray State team gave, was we wanted to continue on with David Crowley's legacy, but then they had to kind of walk that back a little bit, because they're also pushing the fact that he was a killer. And so they found themselves not knowing which really side of the fence to go on, and so they kind of let it go. But at first it was, we wanted to continue the legacy, wanted to continue David's work. But like Greg Fernandez has said several times, is you got to watch how you say that, because you're also pushing the narrative that he was the killer. And so I think they had to backtrack a little bit on that. And overall, it ended up, I think, collapsing after. And I believe it was after the photograph came out showing that the registration for that script doesn't expire until June of 2019. And I don't think Danny August Mason knew that, and until that came up on our Justice page, that he couldn't do anything with it until that point anyway. He had to wait 5 years or 4 years. And it was about that time that I think he shelved the whole deal and called it all off. Now, that's just my assumption, I guess.
Well, he and David's father had also filed. Who was it? There's another company. Was it the copyright or the guild? It was one of those where David filed, and they cannot legally get that script for at least 70 more years. But they both filed separately to have claims for that, and I guess they'll probably find out, if they haven't already, that they're not going to release that script.
Well, they've definitely tried, and they've pitched it too. So it isn't like they just tried to get that stuff. They were pitching it to the same people that David was actually working with. So it seems like they had a lot of confidence that they would be able to go forward with the script, and just talk. And it sounds like they talked to Michael Entertainment Group, according to what Mike Boggio said to Dan Hinnon. It sounds like they were talked to a couple times about it. So
interesting.
And that's just the one that we know of. So I don't know. Who knows? I'm just pulling the documentation of registration up right now.
Yes, that one. If you zoom in on the bottom right, it gives an expiration date, and I think
(6/5/19).
Did I ever post the other information in the group, or did I just give it to you, Greg?
About. I have to refresh my memory. Sorry.
The Writers Guild. I need to look in the group.
Okay.
I'll look in the group.
I mean, it's also interesting when this was filed too, because it's always that summer where things start getting really kind of weird. At least that's what I think. I mean, I think after May, I think you could argue, that's when it just seemed like David goes there. He meets with people, and they're gonna make this script. They're gonna do something with it. He's posting it on Facebook. He's very vocal. It isn't like he was trying to keep this a secret or anything too, which I did think was kind of weird. It was almost like he was trying to make sure that I don't want to say like he was just, I don't know, it just seems like he wanted to be as public as possible, and he wanted to stay in the public eye, and that's usually a great way to make sure that something doesn't happen to you. And the fact that David was kind of silent for those last 3 months and last couple months or whatever, that should be very concerning to people. And I think it is, but I'm not sure that it's for the right reason. Why they were so concerned. You start asking people, and it's like, well, David was distancing himself from people. I don't know.
Greg, a good point is, and you didn't listen to the show, the interview that I did on the Spitfire's Sentinels, I brought up that very topic, and I can even go over it again now with this group if we'd like to.
Yeah.
Because the real story is that David Crowley had sent to Danny August Mason, I think it was August 1st, that letter to sign off his rights, to release his rights, that legal letter. It was, well, after the birthday party, so maybe it was September. But that they had been going back and forth on that, so he was distancing himself from that avenue. And then he had the argument blow up with his brother Dan Crowley Jr., I think also in April, that wrecked that relationship, and they cut ties. And so, and David was never really close with his father. So all that stemmed from the fact that they started pulling back on purpose. Now, what we get hearing from the Gray State group, the narrative was that David was going into isolation and depression, and then he slowly withdrew from everybody because he didn't get the contract. Is the narrative they got, is that they tried to push. He didn't get it. He was despondent, and Komel was paying for everything. David didn't have a source of income, and he was going into depression. And they had found out the mother of Komel was in hospice and with her cancer, and so they started kind of just backing out. And so the narrative that was pushed was all wrong, and we proved that on every step of the way. The interview that I did with Mike Boggio proved that there was a contract. They were moving forward with a $30 million deal, and I think all they were finalizing was two things: the options for that, and they were waiting for that letter, that legal note, to be signed by Danny August Mason. So they were kind of in a holding pattern. There's nothing they could do until they had that in their hands. And so David did pull away, as I think he was starting to recognize the snakes within his inner circle. And then with the problems with his internal family was the other reason. And I think they felt the walls were closing in. But it wasn't because he was despondent and depressed. That was the narrative that we were, that was shoved down our throats.
That's right. We had a good question here from Outlaw Bob. Where is it? What does the family think about the so-called murder-suicide? And that's a big question, because Dan, you've spoken with Komel's father. You've conversed with Komel's sister. Any response from the Crowley side, and what was it like when you talked with both of the father and sister?
Well, Komel's father, Mr. Alam, said when I spoke to him on the phone that he was so busy at the time dealing with the mother, Nyla Alam, in her cancer, and her ovarian cancer, and she was in a hospice care. This was way back then with bills mounting and everything else, that he didn't have time. But if he had the time and the money, he would hire an investigator to look into this case, because it all seemed fishy. He just didn't have the time or the wherewithal to push it, so he just kind of stayed in the background. And Sidra, the sister, Komel's sister, at first believed there was some kind of a pact, something that they agreed to do, and this all was true. The official story was true. And then she later went full circle 360 degrees and said that David did this. He was a nut job. He was a nutcase. He was abusive. They were in a domestic violent relationship, and they were using drugs and alcohol, and it was all his fault, and he killed the family. so she's on board 100% now with the old David did it versus the hacked theory, and so that's where she left it as. And the Crowley family, as strange as it may seem, the father has never made a public statement, Dan Crowley Sr., about any of this. Allison, the sister, hasn't. She had gotten married in the aftermath of all this and moved to Baltimore with her wife. And then Dan Crowley Jr. hasn't. He's the one who posted I think on the page saying that the family had, quote, passed away, and they're in her thoughts and prayers. And then a week later, he posted that GoFundMe campaign to try to raise $6 million to help Naila Alam get through her medical condition. So he was the most verbal, I guess, on the Crowley side as far as being active. But it's very strange. The family. It's almost like what I think Catherine said it best on her recent video is that David Crowley's mother was asking questions and interested in finding out things, and she was very close with David. But then 7 months later, she died. Dan Crowley Sr., I think, was placed in the tough position that all evidence points to the potential that his own son was going to be arrested or brought up on charges or somehow implicated in this bank fraud of the $50,000 that was withdrawn in cash back in October of 2014, before all this took place. That was the money coming out of a paid-on-death bank account that Dan Crowley Sr. had. No one should have access to that except for the person whose account that was. By Dan Crowley Sr.'s own admission, he said that month of October 2014, he was traveling on business in Germany, and that withdrawal was withdrawn from Minneapolis, Minnesota bank in person. And so we can only speculate that Dan Crowley Jr. did it. For what he did it for, I don't know, but if that was to come up, and Dan Crowley Sr. did not want to lose both of his sons, he kind of just crawled back into a little shell and admitted that he was going to go through with the official narrative and just push that when he really knew what was really going on, is what I think is probably a fair statement. He was the one in this whole thing that's been probably compromised by from the gut. What do I do? What do I say? Admit what really happened and send my other son to prison for life, or let it go and at least I've got one son left and another son out there. And that's pretty evident, I think, from his discussion, his interview, and him reading from a script with an odd look on his face during that documentary that did not seem authentic from a father.
Okay, we got another one here. Oh, go ahead, Sophia, if you got something you want to add to that.
It was the copyright for the script. And, I actually spelled it wrong. It's R-I-G-H-T. That's what Danny August Mason and Dan Sr. filed for. But
is that posted in?
Released.
It's not posted in the group.
I don't know. I haven't looked in the group yet. I was looking for the actual information on my phone, and I found it. I'm going to go to the group and look. But I did send it to you, Greg. And I sent it to Dan also on Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, we should definitely post that, because then I can just pull that up from the... You should post some of that into the group, and I can just pull it up right there.
I will.
Okay.
I'm doing it right now.
Snowflakes had a great question, too. Did anyone ask their neighbors if they've ever heard David and Komel fighting? I'm a domestic violence survivor, and I believe there would have been loud fights between them if this was David who did this. I think we have at least a few people in the police documents that say that they've never heard it. Every news article, everything, I've never seen anything that says that they have, which is one thing, but it's a whole nother thing when you have people on record saying that they never heard anything, that lived next door to them, that lived in that same area. Have you ever heard anything about them fighting?
I haven't heard anything.
I hadn't heard anything. I don't buy into that theory, though. That's just my opinion. I don't think that there ever was domestic violence in that family.
Right, and yeah, and it sounds like this person doesn't too, but just that, if there was, and we know that, Dan, maybe you can tell us about that one story you told me where you're sitting at some gala or something like that, and all of a sudden David's name pops up or this case pops up.
Yes, that is very good. It was a year later, I believe. I was at a silent auction to benefit domestic violence, to raise money for domestic violence in the Twin Cities area. And at the conclusion of the dinner, there was a slideshow running with images of people that had died in that calendar year due to domestic violence. It was a summary of all the year 2015 of Twin Cities couples, families, and children that died due to domestic violence, and what we can do to stop it and put an end to this. Well, I not only take a big swig of my ice water at my table, and I see Komel and Raniya's photo show up saying that they were the victims of domestic violence. And so the next day, I contacted the presenter of that event that I was at, and I said, that particular one that was shown, the case is not yet finalized. That's just a theory. The case is not closed yet. So this was early. This may have been late 2015 because it was January 2016 is when Apple Valley Police closed the case. It was about a year later, almost exactly to the day that they closed it. And so this must have been the end of 2015, and they already had their photos up there. And I said, here's a link to the article of what happened. They're suspecting possibly domestic violence, but the case is still open and hasn't been fully concluded yet. And so she apologized and said, "Oh, I'm sorry to add it to them. Did you know them?" I said, "No, but I was just following the case, and I don't believe that's the case." But that's sure enough. Someone had forwarded to the presenter of this organization to insert those photographs into the presentation, into the PowerPoint at that banquet. And my question is, how does stuff like that get forwarded? How does it even get in there, much less make it to the final cut of that of the banquet? But sure enough, they were there, and it was presented as fact. It was presented that it was a fact that they were killed due to domestic violence. And I said that's very misleading because that's not the case. Back then, I was still thinking that it could have been a pact agreement where Komel agreed to do it, and that certainly wouldn't be domestic violence. So it was wrong on all counts, but I did see that this must have been the end of 2015. It was during the winter time.
Okay, Sophia, I got that image pulled up here. I did, Abigail has a
There's
really
several
good...
images.
Okay, there's several. Okay, so I'll pull those up and maybe you can kind of go through those quickly. But before we do that, Abigail has a good comment here about Joseph Seaton didn't see David in 4 years, started hanging out with him in May 2014. He's now buddies with Danny Mason. Joseph Seaton moved to Austin, partner with Danny Mason in production company. And he has a pit bull and is an Army Ranger. I still want to know more about Joseph Seaton, what his rank was, how he was a ranking officer or David's commander. I still want to know more about that. But I did not know, or maybe I blocked it out of my memory or something, but I didn't know that he's working that closely. Joseph Seaton is working that closely with Danny Mason. Makes me wonder if some of the other guys that are involved in film, a lot of these guys were involved in their own film projects and stuff like that. Interesting. Good to know.
Yeah, the whole Joseph Seaton, it was I'm not going to say a mistake, whether intentional or not, but the final cut of the film where they show Joseph Seaton photoed twice with a different title or a different caption on the documentary both times. One said, "Friend of David Crowley's." Next time it said commanding officer in the military with David Crowley. So they had either forgotten to change the one instance of the title. You'd never have a documentary and Christian Coffins confirmed this. You wouldn't have a documentary where a person would be listed more than one time and two different titles due to consistency in being uniform in the documentary. It'd always be referenced the same exact thing. And it maybe even could have said friend/commanding officer. But the fact of the matter is it was two different ones, which is a big no-no in documentary land to ever have non-exact titles given. Now, commanding officer is another thing that doesn't make sense because he was in the military, I believe, as a ranger, and he may have worked with on one of his tours and maybe known David, but I think that it came out soon after this documentary came out that someone contacted us in the Justice page. It says that David's commanding officer, the person that he reported to on one of his tours, was a black man, an African-American gentleman that was not. They said, "Who's this Joseph Seaton? Who's this guy, this clean-cut, bald guy with a beard?" They said, "Who is that?" And so we got hit with some questions right away because that raised concerns. So what I think, personally, and this is just my opinion, Joseph Seaton did the documentary and did his interviews and then provided to the Eric Nelson documentary film, the production crew. He gave that definition himself, saying, "I was commanding officer." Even according to Joseph Seaton's ex-girlfriend, whom I've talked to before on the phone here in Minneapolis, she said this guy was a con artist from the get-go and was telling stories that she didn't believe, and none of the stuff he was even making sense. So all these characters that were surrounding David Crowley were, I would say, shady at best. Con artists, manipulators, master manipulators, and very good at playing with people's emotions and everything. So she said this was the same thing when they broke up and he moved, and Joseph Seaton moved to Seattle to move in with some buddies, and then later that didn't last, and he ended up down in Austin, Texas, surprisingly where Danny August Mason is, and Joe Biggs and Alex Jones and the rest of these cats. So all these people all ended up in the same bucket, but Joseph Seaton was another one, very good at lying, very good at manipulating people, and I think that he offered up that title to the production staff for Eric Nelson and said I was the commanding officer. And I'll believe someone did some fact checking later to ensure that was correct and found out that it was wrong. So I think they just were going to use the phrase friend of David Crowley, and so they made the change, but not in both locations. So it may have been an honest mistake, but he never would have been a commanding officer in any sense of the imagination, as even Sophia, being her background with the military, he never would have been anything to that regard.
Well, and I'd like to add something. I can't go too far into it, but you have to be a certain rank to fulfill that duty, and they would have had to have the same MOS, and so it's not possible. It's in the only thing. I mean, I have to be fair and say, okay, well, maybe if the people that did the documentary, because they're not very familiar with military terminology, etc., whatever, if they just deem someone as being an officer, if they equate that to being a commander, then it would be an honest mistake. But if he himself said that he was his commanding officer, then it's not true. But I can't go any more into it than that right now.
And I think that's a good point, because David served on the battlefield in Iraq. By the time he got stop-loss and got sent to Afghanistan, he was just simply working in the mailroom. And so Joseph Seaton, his boss or his manager in the mailroom over in Afghanistan, the difference there is that the word officer is attached to it, which leads one to believe that it's not an enlisted person, it's an officer. And Joseph Seaton
he was an officer. He was an officer. He was an officer, but he wasn't a high enough ranking officer.
Oh, he was. So he was not enlisted.
He was
wasn't
only a
en-
lieutenant, and
But
he didn't make it very far up the chain, let's just say, before he was discharged.
Gotcha. And it wasn't even honorably discharged. He got into trouble himself and got out. But being that he was roughly David's age, would a commanding officer would have to be an older person? Is that correct, or would they be
yeah,
someone?
he would have had to have been higher ranking than that. He would have had to have been at least a captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, you know, if he said he was special forces, but if he was actually a ranger, there is a difference between the two. There is a distinct difference between the two. So there again, if he said he was special forces, it's only because he's trying to be grandiose and make himself out to be more than what he was, because there are a lot of rangers, and I'm not to disrespect any rangers or anything like that, because, you know, it's an admirable job and everything, but rangers are not special forces. They are two completely different things.
Yeah, so I think we can safely conclude here that Joseph Seaton was lying when he told whoever that he was David's commanding officer. That's not the truth. It may be half truth or partial truth, but it shouldn't have even made it to the film. That particular title, in my opinion.
Right. Unless, like I said, unless the people that made it misunderstood him. But I mean, I would think, I know for someone that's honest, like if they were actually able to screen this before they released it, someone that had served, if they saw that up there and saw that it was a mistake, they would correct them, because that's, I mean, it's not it's not stolen valor, but it can be fraud. So it's just kind of weird that if he saw it, even if it was a mistake on their part, that he didn't correct them on it.
Correct.
And, you know, I'm wondering if they just use that title to give him more credibility when he talks about David going downhill, because it's him and the chick who doesn't exist who started the whole part where David and Komel were both going downhill.
Yeah, they were both very, very good. Their role, I think, in this documentary was to push that narrative and to come off as credible witnesses to show or to prove to the unsuspecting viewers of the movie that David was indeed going downhill and slipping. These guys were the ones, Susan Houghton and Joseph Seaton were the ones that really put the nail in the head, I think, in that movie, that really drove that point home.
So they have an actress playing a supposed friend and a con artist playing the other friend.
Well,
to sell that storyline.
Also, his little narrative about, like, that the way they're trained, he knows the way he was trained, and so he's sure David was trained the same way, to be 2-3 steps ahead. So he probably had more than one plan, and so in order to drive that home, he had to make himself appear much more connected to him for that to be believable. Because otherwise, I mean, how would he know? You know, because, I mean, so I think that's another reason why that kind of drives home. Well, of course he knows, You know, he served with him, so he knows what he was like. You know, he knows how he was trained, so he must be telling the truth. And one of the things that I wanted to add about, as far as, like, you know, there are a lot of service members that have PTSD, and combat veterans that have it, and there's various different types of PTSD and stuff like that. But there's a lot of regular people that have PTSD also from other issues. And if anything, service members are trained to be disciplined and have more control than civilians. So, you know, it's just ludicrous that that narrative is being used. It's an insult that, you know, he was a veteran. So, and even if he did have PTSD, you know, he was a veteran, he had PTSD, so he must have snapped. I mean, it's unbelievable how many people are diagnosed with PTSD in this country. And if everyone that had PTSD was snapping, then half the country would be gone. So it's just absolutely ludicrous to use that narrative, because people with PTSD don't just, like, have it and it lies dormant, and then all of a sudden just one day they snap and kill their entire family and themselves. That doesn't happen.
And he was also filming war-type scenes. Everything that he might have seen over in the Middle East, he was kind of pitting into his movie. And he was going to the gun range and doing tactical moves and stuff like that. If he had PTSD, he would have snapped a long time ago. So that whole PTSD angle is just bullshit.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been able to cope with even if it was blanks, the gunfire and everything that was going on, and the types of situations that they were filming, how volatile they were. He would not have been able to cope with that. He wouldn't have run towards something like that if that's what had him traumatized.
All right, I'm just checking checking our chat room, because there is a lot of great chats that we are missing here. So I know, Sophia, do you want to? Should we get to? Should we go over some of the comments first, or should we get to what you were saying?
They were asking about the blood on the magazine of the gun, and I have that pulled up right now. It says mixture of 2 or more individuals. Major male DNA profile matches David. Major profile does not match Komel or Rani. And then it says Komel and Rani cannot be excluded as possible contributors, though. And then it goes further down. It says that Rani is estimated. Okay, let me just read this, because it's an estimated that 99.99997% of the general population can be excluded from the contributors based on less genetic information obtained from known samples of Raniya Crowley. It is estimated that 99.95% of the general population can be excluded from being contributors. I have no clue what that means. So, yes, the magazine did have David's blood on it, and possibly Komel and Rani's.
Which, that's another strange thing about that, because the magazine had blood on it. So what's weird about that whole situation is, so the gun would have had to have been used, and then for some strange reason the magazine be removed and then be replaced into the gun. And I have not been able to figure out why that happened, because there were plenty of rounds in that magazine, but it's kind of strange that the gun was used and the magazine was removed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be blood on the magazine.
And the question to the official narrative is, why was David Crowley bleeding at all?
Correct.
Exactly.
Because you don't see any obvious wounds on him. Well, they don't say any during the autopsy, except that he's missing the majority of his face and his right hand. But they don't say anything about scratches or cuts or anything on him for why he would be bleeding. If we're to go with the whole snapped, murdered, suicide kind of scenario.
I don't know if this is like out of place in the discussion, but I don't want to forget to bring it up because this has been driving me crazy. Okay, does anyone that's on the call travel? Like through, like travel with airlines? Does anyone travel?
I haven't since
Nope.
9/11.
Has anyone traveled?
I've only traveled like a couple times. That's it. Keep my feet on the ground. Sorry.
Okay, well, the thing that y'all know where I'm going. What is very bizarre to me is, yes, airlines have a rolling arrival time. It's constantly updating and everything, like when a plane is going to arrive. But all of the flights that were coming in from California into Minnesota, that the day that email was sent from Jason Allen, they're not real consistent with him saying he could call him at 3:33. And what boggles my mind is, okay, even if he were going with the rolling time of arrival, like the continuous update of the arrival of that plane, say the plane was supposed to get there at 3:33, and you could play devil's advocate and say maybe that's why he used that time. Well, he would need to allow time for the plane to actually reach the gate, for them to open the door, and for everyone to get off the plane, and for him to get wherever he was going to get and get comfortable in the airport to sit down and make a phone call to David. And usually when most of the people that I have asked, usually when people make an appointment to make a phone call with someone, it's like in 15-minute increments. Like, I'll call you at 3:15, or I'll call you at 3:30, or I'll call you at 3:45. Why 3:33? I just think that's weird.
Yeah, it's
It
very
is an odd
different.
choice for putting a time on.
Yeah, and it's 3.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Who does that?
Greg? What were you gonna say?
I'm looking at this now, and it's 3.33. So maybe it's uh maybe it's a typo. You know. I mean, is he doing this from his phone? Would be the first thing. Like, where is he sending? You can't really tell, as far as I can tell. So I don't know. Yeah, that is weird. That's the only thing that I can think of. But and it's January 8th too, so I don't know. Yeah. I wish I had a
But
better
what's
answer.
weird
Mhm.
is for it to be a typo.
No, it's not a
If
typo.
you look,
You're right, because of the
oh,
9:30 p.m. It's not a typo.
it's just strange.
Well, he also he spells it Gray State, Grey too. It's almost like he doesn't really know that much about this. I mean, you would think he would get
Well,
that right. At least the name.
that's the thing. He doesn't even really respond much to. He doesn't really address a whole lot. I mean, David sent him a really long email, and he doesn't really address much of it.
Right, and that was sent. Let me go back to the date again. Yeah, that's a long time. It's almost a month later. And David even says Gray State. I mean, he spells it out for him, so it's not like 1, 2, 3. I can probably count 5 or 6 times that David has Gray State in there. Obviously, yeah, closer to 10, but still, Jason Allen just kind of seems like, you know. So this over a cactus. I mean, there's so many things that we could dissect from this, I guess, but that is a weird one that I can't say. Oh, that I can't just discount and say, oh, well, it could have been this. It is a weird time to give. I mean, I'm glad that it wasn't 666, but again, that wouldn't make sense because there is no 666. But 333, and then at 9:30 is pretty close. But I don't know.
Yeah, and I really just wanted other people's input, like if other people do that, because I honestly just haven't ever heard of anyone doing that, and I want to be fair, and if other people do it, I'd like to know that they do, because I can only go based off of what people I ask.
Right. Well, I mean, even here, how come he does 333 and then he doesn't do 933? How come he's very accurate on he's going to be back in LA tonight around 9:30. So I don't know what this 333 is about. Is it some like inside joke between them or something? I don't know.
That's it's either that or something else.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's an interesting guy, for sure.
Did you want to go ahead and start going off the PowerPoint?
Yes. Okay, let me get this up here. All right, so the only thing I wanted to mention here, I put this here because this is pretty much what my book cover is gonna be like. So I'll show some of those photos later. But Sophia, you had, let me get to that here. You were going to talk about the blue blanket and, oh, no, I want to play your video first. Should I play your video
okay.
or should I wait or should I, what do you want to do?
No, you can play it.
Okay.
I don't mind.
All right. So I want to play this. I have this warmed up.
Blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it.
Let's see, I'm gonna go back here. I might be playing it too high. I made the high res, but let me go Let me adjust this down here. Okay, it's about 3 minutes long here.
Blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it. Oh, that's slippery. We're gonna demonstrate the footprints. Okay. Footprint experiment, and I'm going to try to do this without actually killing myself by slipping. Is it buffering, Greg? 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, if it's buffering, I'm going to lower the quality a little bit.
Okay. As you can see, I already have paint between my toes as I stepped into it. It's like in my toenails, on my toes. Unless David actually took a shower, really cleaned himself, I do not believe that he made those footprints. These are my footprints. These are the, as you can see, I made several steps. I used blue finger paint. There's the paint right there that I stepped in. And here are my feet. As you can see, there's no way that David could have stepped in that blood
I can explain
and
what
not
I'm
had
actually
blood
saying.
between his toenails and toes and everything else. Experiment done. This was my hand. I did my palm, the side of my palm, with my fingers down. I had paint on my knuckles and on my thumb. That is my palm print. I'm not sure what made those prints in that photo. Here's my prints when I stepped out of the thing, but I had to brace onto the wall right here so that I wouldn't kill myself because it was so slippery. Then I stepped on my toes to try to replicate, and then that's where I stopped, right there. I think it's important to realize that David would have had a blood between his toes and his toenails. And quite possibly on the sides of his feet like this, and on his feet. His feet, in the autopsy report, in the autopsy report, said his toenails were cleaned and well groomed, and there was no mention of blood or dry blood.
All right, so Sophia, maybe you can help us kind of break that down. Sorry if it was buffering for some people. I might have had the quality on too high for my computer to handle.
I think the key point from that experiment, my main thing that I was trying to do was to see if the paint would get between my toenails and between my toes and stuff like that. Because whoever did those footprints on the floor, if that's what they are, they would have had to have had the blood underneath their toenails, between their toes, on the sides of their feet. And in David's autopsy, it clearly states that his toenails were well maintained and cleaned. So He didn't make that unless he jumped into the shower and scrubbed himself really well, because it took me about 10 minutes to get that stuff off. And then the next day when I was out and I was wearing flip-flops, I could still see little flecks of it. So I'm just not believing that he did that. So it was somebody else who had either stepped in blood or somebody else who made the footprints. And if they did it with their hand, it would have been their right hand.
All right, I was gonna pull up some images here. Actually, I will. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back with you guys. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to see the YouTube chat?
Uh-huh.
Are they
Yeah.
asking any questions that we might be able to go over while Greg is busy? I'm sorry, I had to go pick up my
let's see.
kids.
Someone says that they're going to ask someone, but they've noticed a lot of, I think it says elite talk about numbers in this. That disappeared.
They were talking about Germanta and what David Allen was talking in regards to 333 and stuff.
Yeah.
There was some other meaning behind it, or
Possibly. That he could have been talking in code.
yeah.
Which, all of us have had some type of issues with our emails. I'm wondering if David was having an issue too with his email being hacked.
Well, I mean, in I think 2013, when he was moving into that house, he had a hard drive that was stolen or corrupted. He lost some type of files during his move, which is kind of weird. So it could have been going on for a long time. I think after David makes this 2012 trailer, he's pretty much a target. He's a target for certain people. And so that's why, it's very important to understand the people that were involved in this trailer and the people that came after this trailer too. Because there's always that.
Mm-hmm.
And then also kind of how the trailer kind of morphed into what was supposed to become a TV series. That was the whole thing. That's what they were working towards, was a TV series. But I do want to go back to these prints. I think these prints are very important here. And let me see, because I got a few different sets of prints I wanted to look at here. So if we start at BCA 4486. 4486. I mean, this is what they see. They're telling us this is what they see when they walk into that house.
And those are the footprints / whatever they are?
Yeah.
And that was just Komel's DNA for that. And I also sent you the one that after they had collected the DNA and then sprayed it. So it's much darker. I'm not able to look at my other device right now.
It's okay, I'm gonna go to it. Got it here, here, here. So we start looking at BCA 4829 is where we're gonna start here. And we're gonna move right along through that. You can see at this point they've marked where those prints are. And item number 14 labeled here. The most important thing for me, the reason why I do think these were feet that did kind of match David, is because I look at this little circle here, his index toe, and then we'll compare the index toe to that. Doesn't mean that everything here on the ground is a footprint, but the only thing that are noted are footprints. So if there are fingerprints, then that's a big deal, because that shows that they are hiding something, because they do not mention any fingerprints on this floor. So it's one or the other, and I do believe 14 and 15, actually to the left of 14 looks like a footprint. 15 to me also looks like a footprint. Where this yellow marker on 14 is, I think, Sophia, I think that's what you're talking about there. So I'm going to go to that one.
And when I had the paint on my feet, paint that I picked out was very slippery. But when your feet are wet and you have blood on your feet, it's the same type of concept. It's extremely slippery, and I almost killed myself a couple times. If I didn't have a wall right there, I would have slipped and fell, excuse me. And so for those feet to appear out of nowhere, those footprints, I find that highly suspicious. So there had to have been more that were cleaned up. And those were specifically either planted or they were specifically left there for some reason or another. And once again, for them to have enough blood on their feet to leave at least, was it 3 prints? They would have had it between their toes and toenails. And David's were clean.
Alright, so I'm zooming in on some of those ones now. So to me, this image, which is image number BCA 5015, this is the one, if you look at where E is, this looks like a fingerprint. I mean, it looks like a hand. It looks like a whole hand right there. So, which is not really it's not item 14, it's not item 15, it's just kind of mentioned there. But if you look at it, I mean, that's why this was one of the first images that I remember seeing like this, and it looks like a hand. But it's not 14, it's not item 15, it's not the items that they talk about. Go ahead.
Mm-mm. No. And it was very hard for me to replicate something like that exactly with my feet. My toes were not, I mean, my feet were completely covered in paint, but they would not leave it completely darkened in and stuff. It just didn't look the same, even though I was trying to replicate it. And once again, as I'm trying to do that, I'm trying not to slip and fall. So that was another factor. I just don't see how anybody could have done that and not slipped, and you don't see that in their footprint.
And then let's look at that, and we can compare that to David's foot here. And I know it's not the best quality, but this is you got this from the documentary, whatever you want to call it. And that's David's foot there. So to me, this does line up with item 14 and item 15 with the footprints that we are seeing. That number E, that's questionable, because I do agree that looks like a palm print. It looks like a palm print. And if we're talking about the possibility of just what they found there, or what was wiped up, or maybe that's why we're not seeing more, because some were wiped up. But then the question, I guess, would be, why would some be wiped up and some others wouldn't be? Right?
Correct.
They want to make sure that they give you a clear path to where this letter or this note is going to be written on the laptop, on David's laptop, where it says, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." So they create that path there, but we also hear about these other paths. We hear about these footprints that lead around the whole house. That's not true. None of that is true. And so that's why...
consider the source.
Right. And that's the whole problem, is it's like half-truths, where you have to go and... Basically, you have to research it yourself. If you start listening to what certain people say, to what the Gray State team says, if you start there, you are in a world of hurt. You are starting at the worst possible way. You really just want to start with these documents. You want to start looking at these photos and come to your own conclusion, and then see, based on this, because I can tell you there's a lot of the people that claim to be the part of the Gray State quote unquote team. They haven't looked at this. They're not looking at these documents. They're not looking at these photos. They don't care. They obviously don't care. If they did care, then they would look at these things. All right. We are missing a lot of great comments in our chat room here.
I'm
So
picking the kids up, so it
that's
might
why
get a
we
little
need like a
noisy.
No, this is great. Yeah, we got 34 people still here, and yeah, there's so many great comments. There's so much happening there.
I love how the live chats have really been so interactive and helpful with these conference calls.
Yeah. Yep. That's how we roll. The only thing else I have... I'm sorry, somebody else want to say anything?
No.
Okay.
It was my daughter.
So this is a weird thing that I found. I think somebody posted this on Facebook, and so it's kind of the whole feet, where the Greek feet, not saying that David's feet were, not saying he was Greek or anything like that, but this is that style. This was his style of feet. So and for me, that does match those footprints that we are seeing there. At least the two footprints, item 14 and item 15. It does seem the same. Alright, so let's go ahead and move. Let's keep moving on here. Okay, so let's go back to the PowerPoint. Are you ready, Sophia?
I can't see a thing right now.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
But I am ready.
Okay, because I'm gonna go to slide number 3, and I'm
Okay.
pretty sure you know what's gonna be on slide number 3.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we're gonna go to slide number 3 right now.
I'm sorry? Is that correct?
Okay, we're on slide number 3. We're looking at the BCA 4777. This is the photo of the image of David's left hand.
Okay. Is this the one where the book, the Quran?
Yes.
Okay. If it shows where his index finger is touching his thumb. And if we go to the next photo,
Which is hard for people to see.
yes, it is hard. And Catherine had lightened it up and enlarged it as much as possible for us. This is a photo that was taken from the one that was accidentally released to us of the bodies, and we just closed in
Well,
on
hold
his
on.
hand.
We don't know if it was accidentally released. We asked for it.
Okay, yeah,
We
you're
got it, right? They gave it to us.
Correct. Okay. But then they redacted it, and so did the group.
Correct. You're right, because we did a follow-up on this to see if they would give us the same photo, and that photo was taken out later. Yes.
Correct.
And this is David's left hand, right?
It's his left hand again, and it appears that his index finger is straight in this photo and not touching the thumb.
Okay, so now I'm
But
gonna...
there's another interesting fact
Mm-hmm.
to compare these two photos if we go to the next slide.
Okay, I'm looking at that right now. Slide by
And
slide.
the one that's not touching the book, that seems more skeletonized than the one that's touching the book. To me, it appears to be two different hands. And if it's partially mummified, you're not going to be able to bend that finger in the first place. It will snap off. So I don't even know how that happened. And I would like for the group to have their own opinions in regards to that. If Christy's still on the call, I would love for her to chime in.
Oh, I'm here. It looks different to me. I just, one thing I find really weird is just the angles that they're taking at for them to be police forensic photos, and for like it to be the hand to be cut off, not cut off in that way, but for the photograph of the hand to be like not centered, for it to be like where it is, it just seems weird. And then yeah, they do look different to me.
And I would love to know what the people in the live chat are thinking, because at this time, it's just another rabbit hole, or are we onto something here?
Yeah, and I'm gonna see if I can kind of crop that image. Maybe give us some. So I think for
It's just because it was a PDF file,
right,
the quality is so horrible on that photo.
right,
But a lot of the photos are horrible.
and we tried to crop out Komel and Raniya from this photo. So that's another reason. Yeah, and it's really hard to crop. It's really hard to do this justice without that. But I'm gonna try right now, just to see. Okay. Yeah,
And then if you also look at his arm in that particular photo, it looks like his sleeve is down. But when you look at the police report, they talk about his sleeve being pushed up and that you can see his tattoo. So who touched the body before the ME got there?
Alright, let me go here. Okay, so looking at the next slide here, we get a little closer view of where David was, basically, and how his hands were laid out, how they were stretched out. That's what we're looking at here now. You can look at where David's hand is in the proximity of the recliner, and you can kind of see that it was not where that blood is. So if you can see my cursor here, I'm going to go ahead and kind of circle in. This is the big blood stain known as item 34. There is also blood found right up here. How does blood get all of that way up, all of that way down? When we can see where David's head is, we can see, just like we talked about, his left hand, and then whatever is left of his right hand here. There's nothing there. There's no... I mean, there's literally nothing there, so it doesn't even make sense. Even if a head was laying there, it would seem like there'd be a lot more blood in that spot. So it's just weird. All the blood is kind of soaked into this area here. David's hands are clearly stretched out in a crucifix, but if you look at where his hand is in the drawing, it's a little bit different. So I'm going to focus here on the drawing now. And we're going to look at that. And you can see, compare where his hands are here, how they're laid out here. And then you can compare those to where his hands are laid out in this image. And it is different. And
Yeah,
you
it's
kind of
not even
wonder
touching
why.
the book at that point.
So there it is. Kind of blurred out, but still there. Not the same as this. In this image, in the drawing, there's no head. You can clearly see there is a head here. It's a big part of his head.
And where's the Quran at this point?
I still think it's there. I still see it there. I think it's still in that same
yeah,
area.
You're right.
That's,
You're right.
So we can see
You're
that.
correct.
I mean, the problem is it's not. If you look at BCA 5052, it's not there. It's gone from this image here. So where the Quran should be.
And look at his sleeve.
Yeah.
His sleeve is pushed down.
Is it pushed down? Not in this one. In BCA 5052. Let me go back there. Looks pretty well up to me.
In that photo, in the crime scene photo with all of the bodies, where is the blue blanket in relation to the bodies?
Okay, let's go to that.
It's crumpled and down by his calves. Greg does have the photo for that. We blurred out Komel and Ronnie and David.
Okay, so I'm going to skip over the one with the teeth because that has a good image of that blue blanket. But we'll go to the next one here. And this is where you can see where in proximity to that where everything is. So you can see where David's hands are stretched out. The daughter is here. Daughter's arm, what is remaining of her last arm, is here. And this is the Komel. Her backside is right there. And here's where that blue blanket is. So there's no markers here. You can see where everything is. The gun should be here. The gun should be about right here. Really. This is where it should be. I didn't see the gun.
But did they say? They didn't say in the report in relation to the photo with what I can't even remember now, Sophia. We went over it so many different times. Is it the mandible that should be on that blue blanket?
Yeah, it should be the teeth, and we do have that other photo in the slideshow. Where the blue blanket is basically laid out, and you see the teeth on top. You do not see the Quran at that time.
But for some reason, they don't mention like where, like whose they think that is when it was collected, like where it was collected from, because what I'm getting at is if that mandible got there from a gunshot wound, I mean, that would be something that would be very important to know, because with where David is, if he were to have shot himself he would have had to be much closer. I mean, not necessarily that much closer because it can actually fly, but it's just an odd spot for it to be in, and also the fact that they didn't say, okay, we collected this and we believe it belongs to them, and this is where it was collected. There are really no specifics in regards to that to know. I mean, is that Komel's? Is that David's? Because that would tell you a lot as far as like trying to determine like if that was caused by animal scavenging or if it was caused by a gunshot wound. That's what is weird. That's what I'm getting at. It's because if it were David's, he would have had to have been sitting up or standing up for it to end up there. It wouldn't have gone in that direction if he were lying down in the position that he's lying in. If he were laying on his back and reached around with his left hand and held the gun up to his head, or which I don't see any way possible for it to have been inserted into his mouth or underneath his chin because of where they say the entrance wound is. So he would have had to have reached around and shot himself. And if he were lying down, that's not the direction that would have gone in.
Yep, and I'm just I'm a little quiet because I'm trying to create a better image that we can all look at here.
I can jump in here.
Go ahead, Dan.
For the teeth, that is the maxilla, correct? It's not the mandible, and it wouldn't have been a result of a gunshot or scavenging. That bone is cut with something and then laid or set there on top.
Yeah, because the maxilla is the hinged part of your teeth. There's a large portion that's the hinged part. So yeah, it would have had to have been cut if that's what that is.
So so that one, there's lots of problems with that right there. That, number one, there should be a table tent identifying that piece to explain it later and investigate it. There's nothing sitting by it at all. So it kind of gets explained away. But that, I think, was manipulated and set there. It wouldn't have just flown off in a random gun blast, and a dog wouldn't have neatly chewed it like that, where it's the same and on both sides is very uniform.
Yeah, if that's maxilla, it's like perfectly even. I mean, because there's quite a large portion is missing.
Correct.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things wrong with that then.
And we tried to zoom in closer on the teeth alone to see if we could tell, and
oh yeah, there you go. Keep that there.
And Catherine was able to rotate them enough, but we still couldn't tell. Yeah, there we go. I can't tell.
Yeah, that looks cut or sawed.
Yeah, and I'm not really. Do you see any dog teeth marks? I think I've only seen maybe one or two items that he actually did chew on.
Yeah, that's messed up. Someone at one point even mentioned, does that even look real? Are those authentic?
Yeah.
Look like a movie prop or something from special effects department. But
You know, I told Christy last night, it looks like something that you would see in the desert. Like the whiteness and everything of the teeth that you would stumble upon.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can pull up that image here. Go ahead and download this, and if I can open there. Okay, how can I make this?
Are you looking for a photo? Because I have several that I can send you. Like mandibles and maxillae and...
I think this is the one that I really want to focus on here. I want to keep this one up. I'm going to go feed my cat really quick, and I'm going to come right back, but I want to keep this one up here. I think it's a very important photo. There's a lot of interesting things here, and it does kind of give you at least the image of David Crowley. And this is the one. It's kind of pixelated, but I'll just kind of hover a little bit here in this, where my cursor is in this area. This is where the daughter was, and then Komel was kind of in this corner here. So it's a interesting photo. Obviously you can see a lot of David's head is still there, but I think Sophia, pretty much, you know, this is where you want to really focus on here, is that hand, because, you know, that was one of the weird things. It's like, okay, this finger, now I can kind of make out where the finger should be, but I'm still going back and forth and having a hard time understanding that. Where is the thumb? The thumb should be about right here. Maybe it is, and because the image is so pixelated, maybe I'm just not seeing it. I don't know. But
And in this photo, there's something gray, almost grayish, between his thumb and his forefinger. We're able to see it better on the close-up, but it's not there in the other photo where he's making that symbol.
that's a problem. It's another problem. I mean, to think that this is what the cops find when they walk into that house. Why would you think this was a double murder-suicide? What here would lead you to think that? The guy has his freaking head blown off. Half his head is gone. His arm is missing. And he's the suspect? That doesn't make
The
sense.
whole
Well,
house.
in, and the other weird thing is, okay, the position in the close-up of his hand, the position that the fingers are in, you can clearly see that the index finger and the thumb are touching. So we're supposed to believe that he fired a weapon, and when someone does commit suicide or shoot themselves with a weapon, the first thing that drops is the weapon and then the body. Okay, but we're to believe that he shot himself with the weapon, and the weapon dropped out of his hand, but then his fingers went back into that position. Because if his hand's in that position, like because the index finger is like as if he were pulling a trigger or something. So it's like the gun was in the hand or something like that. But they wouldn't have been able to pull that out of his hand with his hand mummified like that.
Yeah,
and that's not where they say they found the gun anyway.
And because it is mummified, they wouldn't be able to manipulate those fingers after the fact without possibly damaging his hand even more. Is there any way that you could go to the side-by-side comparison, Greg?
I mean, the other fingers relax, but we're to believe that that one particular finger just went back into the trigger position. It doesn't make any sense.
And once again, the gun was found by his left hand. He was right-handed.
Well, and his entry wound was on the right-hand side of his head.
Yes, the exit wound was the left side of his head also.
So we're to believe that he used his left hand and reached around and cranked his hand around and put the gun to the right-hand side of his head and shot himself. Why would you do that? It makes no sense.
Nothing in this case makes sense.
I mean, if you're going
Except
to
it
commit
was,
suicide, I mean, what do? You go, okay, I'm going to commit suicide, so I'm going to make this as difficult as possible. So I'm gonna use my non-dominant hand, and I'm gonna crank it around to the other side of my body and try and manipulate it and shoot myself that way. It doesn't make any sense. People don't do that. And if David, I mean, more than likely with his training and everything, more than likely if he were to shoot himself, he probably would have put the gun in his mouth or up underneath his chin, but more than likely in the roof of his mouth.
Probably not how we're
Because
seeing here.
a lot of people that shoot themselves, believe it or not, a lot of people that shoot themselves, that attempt suicide, they survive the gunshot wound. So, I mean, with him and his knowledge of weapons and with his experience and what he had seen, he would know what would be the most effective way for him to actually complete a suicide.
Hey, you guys.
also, when
Hey.
you shoot your... Hi, Pansy.
All four of
When you-
his fingers are straight in this picture.
Yeah, they are.
Well, what happened to his pointer being curved to meet his thumb?
Yeah, that's the question that we're trying to discuss right now.
Well, I think that white spot must be his thumbnail showing. Like the light glaring off of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the only thing that
See,
makes
there's
sense.
bent.
Yeah.
Bring that up close, Greg.
Sure.
Is it possible for you to go back to the side-by-side comparison of
Yes.
the hands, Greg, please? One thing that a police officer had told me is a classic sign of a staged suicide is when he walked in and the person was still holding the gun. And he told me that when a person shoots himself in the head or commits suicide, they become like a puppet and they lose all control of everything and they drop the gun. So if he was supposedly holding on to the gun, I just don't see that happening. Yeah,
Yeah,
there you
and
go, right
and-
there.
And there's no we have been told by the Apple Valley police that they do think that David Crowley shot himself with his right hand. He was right-handed. They understand that. So why is the whole side of his left, all of his left face is completely gone, and the gun is found next to the left side. It's I don't know. But the problem with this, I think the problem that I'm having is with this image here that we have up now is just that I just need a better quality image. I need a better insight because, or we need somebody who has the technology to clear this up, to take this image here and zoom in to this hand so we can see where that thumb is. The thumb, we know where the thumb should be. It should be right here. I think it's there. I think it's just a bad quality image, and I think that's why it's not clearly showing that the thumb is there. But I do believe right now that it is there. But everybody has to make their own choice on this.
And this is why, I would love for the group to make their own decision on this. And if we're able to get a better picture, that would be amazing. Because especially like right now, we cannot pull any data off of a PDF picture. We can't
And you
get
know
any
what?
metadata or anything.
And you know what's really weird? If you look at the picture on the right, even if you're going to look at it and think that, okay, yeah, it's at a different angle. The photograph's at a different angle. But if you look at it and think, okay, yeah, that white thing may possibly be his thumb, and the other thing in front of it is the bent index finger. But the only problem that I see with that is if you look at the left picture, the thumb is on the outside of the index finger, and the index finger is more to the right. And on the picture on the right hand side, if that white mark is his thumb, then it's the opposite. Because that
And you can tell by the knuckles too, where the one on the right goes up to the last knuckle or the first knuckle, whichever one you want to call it. It's almost up to that knuckle when the other one is down to the second knuckle.
Yeah, and
It's
this
really
is
weird. They
it
just
is.
look really different.
Yeah, they're different.
They can't be different. They have to be the same. How does it make sense that they're different? They can't be different.
Well, because they wanted the one on the left to be staged to look like he had pulled the trigger on the gun.
So they kind of make the little trigger, but it's not even the trigger finger. Well, no, it is. It is, I guess. Oh, because I'm not used to my left hand, but yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a weird hand sign. Go ahead.
Do you mind if I post this to the group or and ask for their opinion?
No, I don't mind at all. No. I mean, I know we had, when the image first came out, it was a big deal, and I got a lot of flack because I wouldn't share the image, because I didn't really think that we should share it, and it's a weird spot to be in because it's if I hadn't seen it, I would want to see it too, and it's just a weird thing. So I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with people watching it. Go ahead.
On the picture that's of all the bodies, Greg,
Yeah.
are you able to get close enough to the hand to see if that pin is in the picture that's like, or if that's a pin, that blue thing?
Oh, yeah, it's not in that one because remember this image, and I'm pulling it up right now. This is an image that's inside of a PDF. So that's why the quality is really, really bad. And that's why I don't want to say that I 100% think that, that the hand is different.
Yeah.
Because I can kind of see, and I'm kind of moving my cursor here. I don't know if anybody can see that or not, but I'm kind of moving my cursor here where the thumb should be, and it kind of I am having a hard time lining that up. But it's like the more that I zoom into this image, the more pixelated it is. So I know people out there have software that can clean this stuff up. And we've had a couple people that have said that they were going to help clean this stuff up, and then you give them the image and you don't hear from them again. So it's kind of like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. There is no good answer.
And I just added that in the comment section that we do not have a better quality photo. This is what we have. If you can clean this up, we would appreciate it.
Right.
That would be wonderful.
No, that's not the gun on the sofa. That's, I believe it's more hair.
It's like hair kind of wrapped in bone, maybe, or something, or like a dog toy or something like that. That's, yeah. That's strange.
And weren't there keys at one point on the edge of the sofa too?
I don't remember keys on the sofa. No.
Okay, so it just must have been the hair.
At some point,
no.
that blue blanket ends up on that sofa. There's other pillows and stuff like that end up on that sofa, but it's a whole nother issue there. Anything else on that? I'm gonna move on to the what else do we have here? Let's see. I should probably check the chat room. Probably missing some of the greatest chats right now.
They were. Well, she was talking about a ghost, and I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about. The ghost is
Oh, a
really
ghost. Oh,
messing with
well,
the chat.
yeah, because she had gotten, there was at some point where she couldn't see some other member, and there was just some weird things that were happening where people couldn't see each other. They were getting kicked out of the chat. It was just a weird kind of thing. So she would have had to create like a second Google account in order to just comment, and you can just tell, that kind of gives you a clue about what we are dealing with here. Just trying to make a YouTube video, just trying to get regular people to talk about this stuff, and apparently there's some issue with that. And that's okay. I mean, that's not going to stop us. If people think that that's going to stop us, it's not going to happen. And we've come way too far. There's way too much stuff. There's way too many things that show that this is not a double murder suicide. It's just not the case. So, anyways, let's see about some of these other ones. Okay,
And
Abigail.
we don't know the entrance wound or the entrance for David's gunshot wound. We just know the exit, which was the left side. We're assuming that he shot himself on the right side.
Right.
But it did exit in the left parietal region.
Yeah.
And the gun was on the left side, was down there.
Right.
So we're just assuming when we say that it was through the right.
Well, yeah. I mean, we don't really know, but I don't believe it was through the left, right?
No, it wasn't.
So we know where the exit is. So obviously, based on that, looking at this photo, you can kind of tell where the entrance would have been, where it could have been. Just because they didn't find one, I don't know.
Well, and they have ways of doing that to determine that, so I don't know why they didn't do it. Because they can use things to line up, what the trajectory was. I mean, I know not his head wasn't fully intact, but they do have ways of figuring that out. But I mean, it's just like they said they couldn't get prints on him, and that's ridiculous because they have ways of getting prints off of mummified fingers too. So they just didn't do that either.
Yeah. So could this, I think Jassy brings up a good point that has been brought up many times. Could this image of the hand, the way that the hand is, could this just be a reflex, a muscle reflex of this hand? And we've kind of looked, I know some of us have looked for any other cases, anything similar to where a hand would be found like this, and anything similar to where a body would be laid out like this in a crucifixion. And when you look at how David's body is laid out, and you look at this image, BCA 4777, of course people are going to think there's something supernatural, there's something weird here. How does a hand end up like this when this hand signal is a known hand signal? It's not just a random thing. So either it was staged to look like that, maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe the hand does kind of go like that. I've never heard of that. I've never seen that. I couldn't find anything like that. So if there is any other case, anything else that anybody has ever seen that shows a hand like this, where just these two fingers are touching like this, where, a person's hands are spread out, full spread.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I would think if his hand had a spasm upon death, that all of his fingers would have curled, not just the one.
Yeah.
Because your hand naturally does that. You know what I mean? Like when you pull down one finger, it almost kind of pulls on another finger. So I would think if it were some kind of involuntary spasm, that the other three fingers would have curled as well. I mean, that's what happens like in patients that are that have strokes or have other types of disorders, when their hands like fold and curl, it's like they don't just have one finger that will fold over and curl. All of their fingers will fold over and curl, and their hand will actually even kind of curl over a little bit too. So it's just strange that just that one finger just decided to do that.
Right.
It doesn't look natural. And when you look at the other photo, those fingers appear straight. So what happened in between photos?
Anything else on that?
And
go ahead.
And the other thing, like I just want to reiterate, is if his hand spasmed when he shot himself, and the gun should have still been in his hand. With his fingers being the way they are, the gun should have still been in his hand, not fallen out. His hand wouldn't have gone back into that position if his hand opened and dropped the weapon, and then that one finger just curled back to the trigger position.
Yep.
I mean, it would make more sense if the gun were still in his hand. That rarely happens. It can happen, but it's very rare. Usually, like Sophia was saying, what she was told, I was told the same thing. As soon as you get shot, your muscles lose control, and the first thing that happens is the gun drops. That's why they often find the gun underneath a person's body. They'll go into a scene and they won't see a weapon or anything until they go to move the body, because the body will have fallen on top of the weapon. Because the weapon falls, then the body falls.
Yeah, and how does a person shoot himself and then his hands end up like this? This is so crazy.
It's staged. It's all
so crazy.
Staged.
Anything else with this image? For me, it's it's this blue tube thing here. So it's that thing, how that thing is up, and then all of a sudden that thing falls down. That's kind of weird. Even where this laptop is, or this Surface Pro, that is documented later on, that Komel's sister says that Komel and Raniya were watching something on Netflix, by the way, They were watching something on Netflix, and David came up from the basement and shot them from behind. Who told her that? First of all, who would tell
Really?
her that?
Really?
And why would she think that that was even partially true? I mean, how sheltered could she be to actually believe that?
Well, they should be able to prove that too, because you have to have an account to stream on Netflix. So they would have been able to go back and check and see if they were streaming at a certain time when they think that it occurred, like to see how much they were streaming on Netflix.
So I think the last internet activity was December 26th, and I don't know if that's in the police reports. I know it's been floating around there in news media and all that stuff, but I don't know if that is in the police reports. If it's not in there, if it's not in their documents, then I kind of question it. But I think based on what, I think it was Tom Lydon maybe, but of course he said a lot of things that were not true. But definitely they would know, you're definitely right, they would know where the activity was. So maybe they told her and they didn't want to tell anybody else. But even that really, it just shows when they were watching something, what they were watching, but it doesn't, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't determine time of death.
Right. And which is even weirder when you think about Komel's gravestone that says December 25th. So if there was internet activity all the way until December 26th, why does her tombstone say December 25th? It's just a weird date, it's just another thing to add to the spiritual, the paranormal angle, all of that, which we will definitely cover in a future show here, but...
Well, their death certificates state the day that they were found as their date of death.
Which would be January 17th, which obviously...
Mm-hmm.
And so they go back
Well,
and they're...
pick that.
Mm-hmm.
What
No,
was
just
the
to pick
date?
that date.
What was the date that when his dad was reading out of the journal entries, and he says, and then David killed his wife and child and then himself? What date was that supposed to have been?
That was supposed to be Christmas morning, and it was a script because he flips that page over, and he was like, "Oh, there's nothing else to read."
So do they
It's a script.
assume? So do they assume that he killed them and he stayed alive for another day and did stuff and streamed or did whatever on the internet, and
Yeah.
since there's internet activity on the 26th, he just hung out and was on the internet, and then on the 26th he killed himself?
Yep, basically.
The Gray State people have said that he stayed alive for 3 more days. I've seen Sean Wright and Robert Elliott, I think that's his name, repeat that several times, that he stayed alive for 3 days. He was walking around the house, playing in their blood and stuff. I mean, the lies get more elaborate as time goes on.
Yeah, they had to
did have a
backtrack.
Netflix account.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They also have Amazon Digital Services too.
Mason Hendricks was he said that one of the last things that David did was to contact him. That's what he says. So it's all about he said, she said, but it's
There's no proof of that.
and there's nothing weird. There's nothing that shows that David snapped in those conversations. In everything that these people say, they don't say that David was doing anything weird, that he was doing anything, if David snapped, he's not going to go on to Netflix and watch a film or watch anything on there. That's not going to happen. You know, nothing that they say makes sense. They would only, every time that we would catch them in some lie, in a contradiction, they would change their story. And they would only change their story to people that caught them in those lies. So that's why we have so many conflicting stories from the same people. You know, I could probably ask 20 people, what did Sean Wright tell you? When Sean Wright contacted you, when Danny Mason contacted you, when Mason Hendricks contacted you, when you talked with Komel's sister, they're all telling different stories. Now, I think Komel's sister is a little bit different because I do think that she just kind of went with whatever they were saying. I think it was only after Eric Nelson's film that's when Komel's sister actually realized that these guys were full of crap. Up until that point, I do think she kind of was giving them the benefit of the doubt, and she was following whatever they were saying. A lot of the stuff that they were telling me, she was repeating that stuff separately. So they had to have been telling her that. If it was the Apple Valley telling her that, that's a whole nother thing. But when I question the Apple Valley, you know, they're telling me different things than what Sean Wright is telling me, than what Mason Hendricks is telling me. So who do you think I'm gonna I'm not gonna believe Hendricks or Sean Wright over the Apple Valley, even though I have issues with the Apple Valley. I'm still gonna take their word over those two goons, definitely.
Mhm.
Always.
Well, and the other weird thing is, okay, so he was supposed to have stayed alive for another 3 days with the curtains wide open. He left the curtains wide open and didn't think anything about that. He didn't think, oh, I better close the curtains because I have my wife and child that I've murdered laying on the floor, so I might should close the curtains. He just left those wide open while he went around doing all the weird crap he was supposed to have been doing. Okay, that makes real sense.
Yep. So Johanna asks, why would friends know more than the family? Yeah, that's a good question. It kind of feels like they were kind of some of the friends were feeding the answers to the family, and I don't know. I mean, you kind of okay. Here's the Crowley side of the family. I know Dan has talked about the other side, Komel's side. The Crowley side of the family. David's sister is not in this documentary. I think that's a big point. I mean, she's talking to David's wife. They're going back and forth, blah blah blah. And she's not in this film. To me, that has always been a big thing that I've always kind of wondered why she wasn't. I've always wondered why the crowd, of all the people that have come after us, that have attacked us, that have tried to play all these different games, the Crowley side, at least for me personally, they've never, ever, I've never been able to trace any of the drama or anything back to them, ever.
I must say that this is Dan. I must say that Dan Crowley Jr. was very pleasant on an email that he sent to me thanking me for my donation to the GoFundMe. $15. He said, "Thank you. We're going to put this toward much-needed medical bills for Nyla." And he was very pleasant. That was the only interaction I had with him. But remember, the biggest backlash I've ever faced in these 5 years was when I mentioned David's brother Dan was possibly a suspect in this crime. They came out of the woodwork to come after me. They came out of the woodwork. And that was when, the very next morning, I got comments from my immediate family on Facebook saying, "Who's this Sean Wright that just instant messaged me last night saying that your son and your brother is a psycho, nut job?" He started instant messaging on Facebook my immediate family members after I made that claim. That really sent them off the hook. And now we are 5 years later. More than likely, that's the very closest thing to the truth that we have. Not that he did it, but that he's involved in some way, shape, or form, directly or indirectly. And boy, they came after me. That justice page went ballistic. How dare you blame the brother? And now we're 5 years later, and it's looking more and more and more like David's very inner circle, and quite possibly family members, that perpetrated this crime. Disgusting. There it is.
And so all of that money, whenever they raise, what was it, 8,000?
Yes.
It's more than that's more than what it cost David to make the trailer. Whatever happened with that? I know you've talked about that many times.
It was raised on the GoFundMe. The goal was $6 million. 8,000 was raised, and in talking with Mr. Alam, the father of Komel, he was really basically incensed that someone would set up some type of thing like this without his knowledge. He was upset, and Sidra, the sister of Komel, was instructed. They instructed her to, whoever built this, set up the campaign to pull it down. And so, sure enough, he did, which was Dan Crowley. Now, we do know that when I received that receipt by making that donation, it did say that it went into the bank account of Dan Crowley Jr. So we know that he set it up into his personal bank account at first. Whether that was on purpose or that was the intent or not, once the money was raised to funnel it over to the family, regardless, it went into his account. It took several weeks later for Sidra to say that yes, we did get the money back. And when I questioned, I said, "Do you have I gave 3 different scenarios. I said, did it come through on a wire transfer? Did they send a check? Was there a bank transfer? How did he do this from Minnesota down to their family in Texas? Did he FedEx a personal check? How did he do it?" She just said it's taken care of. It's all done. So we don't officially know if the money ever got back into the hands of the Alam family or not. They claimed it did. I don't see that happening, and I think she wanted it to just go away. So she told me that it's been, quote, taken care of.
Okay. Well, there it is. So this image here was from February 9th, 2015?
15.
Dan? And
Yeah.
Mason Hendricks is already telling him to get your ass back home. That's pretty weird. Alright, so he's there in Vegas just chilling, hanging out.
Just weeks after his brother, sister-in-law, and his niece were slaughtered.
Okay, so, and Mason Hendricks is telling him to get back home on February 9th, and it's only about another 9 days until until item 57 is discovered. And they're keeping him out of the picture. You know, it's just a weird thing. When you look at the people that the Crowley family and the Lom family surrounded themselves with, these are not people to surround yourself with.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up, Greg. The magic bullet was not even recovered at this point on February 9th. Judy Prochnow hasn't even been, her name wasn't even mentioned in this. She hadn't even made her account to join the Facebook group until February 14th. I remember that because it's Valentine's Day when she first appeared. So this was still, we were still focusing on the GoFundMe was the big talk back then. Who created it, why they created it, and why such a large amount as the goal.
Yeah.
So sure enough, this gentleman created it. We also know that Dan would have known Komel, because it's his brother's wife, and would have known Raniya a little bit because for visiting the family was from, but the extended family, the parents lived in Texas. So Anjum and Naila living in Texas. They came to Minnesota, I think, once or twice to visit. Once upon, I think, Komel's graduation from college or her master's degree, and once for something else. And so Dan Crowley Jr. may have run into the mother a maximum of twice. And so would have known her in passing, maybe an introduction. But he was quick to set up a GoFundMe to collect money for the medical bills of this woman he did not even know, and set up the bank account with his personal bank account and routing information on the GoFundMe. Very strange behavior to raise money for someone that he does not know, unless it's just a coincidentally a very nice thing. He was just very nice, very polite, very caring.
Very caring, yes.
So, in your opinion, do you think that money would have been used to go towards him or towards funding the movie that they were?
I think go towards funding the movie and the project to move forward. Every that would have helped for these guys.
You're talking about the $6 million?
What would have been raised, and maybe you got to think in the mind of a criminal. He wants to set up a GoFundMe, and he sets $6 million, thinking, well, there's no way we're going to raise that. But even if we raise between $1 and $5, up to $1 million or something, that would be plausible in his head, and then they can plow that money back into the Gray State Project. And at the same time, pay off repocket the money that one could argue that he used to pay the hitman. If one wanted to argue that, he could recoup some of that because that was out-of-pocket money. Someone was paid to carry out the commission of the crimes, and the only family that had any money was the Crowleys. Sean Wright didn't have any money. He was waiting for the Rise to be released and available for purchase.
Right.
That didn't go too well when he went online, David Crowley, and says, I'm going to give it away for free.
Right.
Annie August Mason didn't have any funds. And so neither did Mason Hendricks, who's struggling career as running a photography business. And Crowley Jr. was running, training and cross-training as a personal trainer, kind of odd jobs in between his two DWI arrests. So they didn't have a lot of money or cash, and they thought this would be a good way to swing it while making ourselves look as caring individuals, shed ourselves in a good light, because I think back then they were still thinking that they would have been, possible. I think they were still nervous about being, considered suspects. So they thought, let's wipe this away and create a medical GoFundMe to really shed us in good light. And at the same time, possibly make some money that we could use to go into production and finish this movie. I think that's why Dan Crowley Jr. was involved. That was the only connection to get that script to fall into their laps. The next of kin wouldn't have worked if Danny August Mason was so angry and said and thought to himself, "I want to kill David Crowley." He couldn't benefit because he wasn't a beneficiary on the will, the life insurance policy, the business, nothing. He wasn't connected at all. Mason Hendricks, same way. Sean Wright, same way. And I think that's how they got Dan Crowley Jr. in the mix, because they say, look, if you kill David, the only way that script falls into anyone else's lap is if you kill the remaining heirs to the asset, which required them to kill Komel, who was probably not even part of the plan, and Raniya. So they had to kill all three to make that script fall back into the Crowley family, whether it's the father, Dan Sr., or the mother, Kate. But Dan Jr. was working very closely with the father on all of this, wanting to move forward. We already have evidence that Dan Crowley Sr. was interested in this because he wanted the rights to the script, and he's moving forward with registering some of this stuff with the project. Dan Crowley Jr., I don't think had any interest in the movie or the production, but he was quickly making fast friends with these other guys if he could use the money, the angle of the cash, and the fact that he was next of kin to some extent, that they would be able to get that script and move forward. So he was kind of used, I think, and manipulated and compromised because that was the only way Danny Mason was going to be able to move forward with this movie, or the script, which that script had a value of $30 million. They went and pitched it to other producers in Hollywood that weren't as good, even smaller budget. I've said this before. I said, I think that he'd be happy if someone would have offered him $15 million just to get the thing out there, because these guys were looking to get rich and make money. They were not into getting out this message like David Crowley was. So I think they had to ensnare Dan Jr. in this whole mix, because he had both the cash and his father, and they were next of kin to make that script fall right into their lap. But the only way the only way this was going to be successful is if you kill all the members of the family. Then you don't get into who's on the will, who's the beneficiaries, or anything else, because it's going to drop the next of kin and it's going to fall right into their laps anyway. So that's how I think, personally, how this whole came to be. I don't think Dan Crowley was involved in the killings, but he had the cash, the wherewithal to pay people that had the motive both to want him dead and the motive to want cash, which is Sean Wright and Danny August Mason, and to some extent, potentially Eric Sayward, who was struggling without cash, had a criminal record, and there was a warrant out for arrest when this all took place. And he has a long history of violent behavior. So you can kind of put the pieces together of how all this was orchestrated. And I think Dan Crowley Sr., once he found out what really happened with the $50,000 and the script and the plans, he thought, boy, I could possibly benefit now if this script stays in our family. I'm not going to turn in my son for the fraud at the bank. I don't want to lose both sons. I'll go along with the narrative, put my head down, and shake my head yes to whatever they ask, and throw my son David under the bus as a psychotic murderer in exchange for having my life go unadulterated for the rest of my life. But he's the one who's got to sleep with it. And I think that's when Kate got into the mix and she started putting this stuff together. I think that's where the fourth Crowley family member was taken out in a 7-month period.
Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome. It's disgusting, really, is what it is.
Mhm. And we want people to understand that when David went and was talking about the 30 million, he wasn't talking about an actual check that he was putting into his account. It was going towards the movie. I've seen some people say, oh, he was killed because of the funds for the movie. And that's not correct. If he was killed for the movie by people surrounding him, it wouldn't have been an instant payout for them. They would have had to get the rights for that movie and stuff. And we understand that process.
And that's correct, Sophia. That's a very important piece to make. That would have been the production cost expenses that would have been allotted or earmarked to produce that film. Now, it could have gone to Hollywood and gone to the big picture, and it could have, grossed or returned, $120 million on a big, as far as the money at the ticket box office. But they were going to think that 30 million could be enough for the production costs and to pay the salaries and whatnot. They were not even going to use David Crowley as the director. They were going to bring in a director and then just use David Crowley as, I don't even know what his role was going to be. But the first thing they said is that they did not want Danny August Mason to be part of the cast at all, so they needed to get him out of there because he thought that he was the co-founder, he was the co-creator, he was given promise by David Crowley that he'd be the lead actor in this big budget Hollywood film. So the entire 3 years, from 2012 with the trailer to 2014, or even before that, 2 to 3 years, he had dollar signs in his eyes that he was promised all these things. So when David sends him a legal notice to say, sign away your rights, we're moving forward without you, he was upset. He felt betrayed. Sean Wright spending all his blood, sweat, and tears putting together this documentary that he said his own words, that this is 90% my documentary, thinking finally I'm going to get out of my financial problems, my financial stress, I'm going to have some cash. David says on December 9th, I'm going to give it away for free. Give it away for free. Sean Wright's probably sitting thinking, excuse me, who decided all this? Weren't you going to contact me, have a sit-down discussion about giving something away for free? Even if those DVDs would have been, I've used the example, $19, in a bin at Best Buy or at a movie, at a shopping, store, on the shelves, even for $20. Imagine how many of those sales would have been, they would have generated. But David Crowley says, I'm going to give it away for free because I abhor the Alex Jones AJ way of doing things by selling. It was more important to him to get the message out. Sean Wright was not interested in the message. He was interested in the dollar signs. So at the end of December, both Danny Mason, Sean Wright, wanted, for a use of a lack of a better word, wanted David Crowley dead. They were incensed by late December. So there's your means, motive, and opportunity. Not saying they did it, but they would be your first people to be brought in as suspects to begin ruling them out. You'd have to bring in the people with the means, motive, and opportunity. But when you get people lying to authorities, like Danny August Mason did in his police report, he told authorities he was nothing more than an actor in the film. They asked him if he had any business connections, any partnerships. Did he have a title in the company? Nope, nope, nope. I have nothing. I was merely working as an actor. When he was the co-creator, co-founder.
And if he really was in real life, why isn't his name on the paperwork for the guild and the copyright.
I think it was an ego thing. I think it was all that was in his head because he was the one who started the business or the company. He started David Crowley down this path and basically opened his eyes to some of these things as far as being, he thought of himself as red pilling David Crowley to wake up to what's going on in the real world. And then when he got that letter in the mail saying, please sign away your rights, that did not go over too well. And this was late August, early September. So the brewing, all this was brewing the entire month of September. The first half of October, because we know the middle of October, $50,000 was withdrawn, which may have had nothing to do with anything at all. But if it did, it shows pre-planning, premeditation.
And then oh, sorry.
And then I'll just wrap it up quickly. In November, there was still stress back and forth with these emails flying around. Please sign off your rights. Please sign up your rights. David then imposed a deadline of December 16th. He said, if you don't write off that, get that legal form to me, I'm moving forward without you. I think it was December 16th. And that's when we get the last communication from Danny August Mason trying to call, trying to reach out, trying to text, hey, give me a call, buddy, was the last text, I think. So let's touch base. I want to talk to you about this whole thing. David, by this time, says not interested. And the very next day, December 17th, David writes an email to Jason Allen, would you like to be the executive producer? We're excited about moving forward. And it all fits together.
And then when they were doing their interviews and with Ben Swan, he immediately mentions the Gray State Universe, and then files later, a few months later, I believe, was it May that he filed?
It was May, yes.
The Gray State Universe. So he had to have been planning this for quite a while.
Yes, correct.
I'm just wondering if he was planning on stealing it from David before David had ended up dead, because for him to come up with it immediately seems very convenient. I'd like to say hi to everybody in the chat. We're up to 45, 46 people. This is amazing.
Wow, that's awesome.
We even have Catherine in the chat. Hey!
Hey, Catherine.
We miss you so much.
We love you.
Oh, anything else off of that PowerPoint that we need to go over?
I think that's I think we covered a lot. Can you guys still hear me here? I'm trying to go here on my backup stream. Okay.
Well, I'm not listening to the YouTube version, but I can hear you through the...
You can hear me here. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure people can hear me there. Hopefully you can. I'm going to try to see. Let me see what's on the YouTube. Okay, you can see that. Hope you can see the, I pulled up the agenda here. So maybe in a few seconds you'll be able to see that. Like you can. So if you're on YouTube, let me know if you can see the agenda I have here.
I'm just going to plug Catherine's goodbye video because she covered so much wonderful information in it. So anybody listening who hasn't heard her video, please go to Catherine Michelle's YouTube channel and listen to them because it was pretty good. I actually cried.
So it was great. It was great.
And we will gladly welcome her back when she's ready to dig in again.
And she's done so much for us. You know, I can't thank her enough. You know, if you want to find somebody to bounce some ideas off of, to get a good, honest view, you know, Dan, Sophia, Catherine, a couple other people, I mean, and that's what you have to do. You have to be willing to just say, you know what, this is what I think now. You know, help me understand what I'm not seeing. Show me some other views, even if we don't agree. You know, those are the best people to bounce ideas off of. I totally stay away from people that are trying to convince me that this is what happened, this is it. You know, I got the answer. Here's what happened. Go with this. You guys can get this done. You know, everybody needs to come to their own view. They need to look at this, and she's just been a great asset.
Absolutely. I know the other night when we were going back and forth, gosh, what was it? We were talking about something, and I told her, I was like, hey, let's just brainstorm. Let's work this through. Let's get through it. We can do this. It's okay not to agree with every single thing, but, I mean, we can have our views and we can still brainstorm at the same time. And that's what I enjoy about the group. And if you don't know already, we have a bunch of files in the group at the top of it. Dan and Greg both have blogs, and in those blogs you can also see photos of the crime scene, but not the bodies. And there's all the records and everything that we've received by FOIAs. And feel free to look at those and start brainstorming and researching off of those.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go here. And Paulette had some great things that we should bring up about the rabbit holes, the repetitive actions of things previously discussed, how, why, when, where the case will go beyond where we are at now. I know Paulette also asked Dan Hinnon and myself, you know, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? Which is kind of like I feel like I'm like at a job interview or something like that. Like, but obviously, I don't think we want to be here 5 years from now. But I do try to look at where I think we should be at 5 years from now. I think we should be at a court case. You know, we should be back in court. We should be where at least we have the video, some of the more documents. You know, I want everything. There is a lot that we got, but there is a lot that we did not get. So at least 5 years from now, I think we should have that. But what do you guys think?
I'm hoping not to be here in 5 years discussing the same thing over and over.
Over and over again. We're on a 5-year replay. Just, yeah.
It's 10 years. Let's play the 5-year thing. No, I'm hoping that the docu-series will have been produced and that we have a chance to have it reopened, or that we officially find somebody to do an exclusive story and blow Apple Valley and the BCA out of the water for evidence tampering and crime scene staging. But we'll see.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute myself here. So, just trying to think of anything else that we have here that we have not covered. Got here. Okay, so this is. Oh, so the notepad. Okay, we have the notepad.
Yeah.
I think we're finally here. This kind of bothered me because what I was looking at was, okay, the visual rich detail of blood was found on these pages. And it was just like, okay, page 30, 31, front and back, 32, 33, 34, and 58. Those are the pages that visual ridge detail of the blood was found. It's not found on any of these other pages. So here is, go ahead.
And the ridge detailed was found on the page behind the Submit to Allah.
Yeah, that was the weirdest thing. So you would think it would be on page 30, right? You would think that one of these here, any of this stuff here, would be conclusive to David, but it's not. Nothing on page 30, where this writing is, there's nothing conclusive that ties it to David. Now on the next page, yes, one of these things is the ridge detail that they do tie to David Crowley for his left middle finger. Just a whole nother thing, but that's it. So I thought that it was on page 30, but no, it's on page 31. And you'll notice, 41A-30B means the backside. So this was written on the backside. This wasn't written on the front side. And so looking at this, and I want to get your guys' views on this one here, because looking at this, it's more proof of a stage scene. What you have here is this blood that's just on these pages that are flipped. The pages are flipped, and when I looked at it, I was like, wait a minute, it looks like they're almost, it's on the front side, it's on the front side, it's on the back side. It was just the way that everything is labeled, the way that that it's documented. It just seems staged. It's almost as if they're flipping from the back side to the front side. I don't know. That's what I first thought, but looking at it closer, if the only ridge detail that they can conclusively show is on page 31, let me go back to that. page 31. So we have here one more. Okay, so we have 30 and then page 31. You know, this is it. They don't even have proof that David wrote this. You know, they don't have proof that David's fingerprints, his bloody fingerprints, are on page 30 where this was written. I mean, I had at least thought that they would have something that would show that these ridge details, I mean, there's some good ridge detail stuff here. If I can zoom in here. There's some good ridge detail in the upper left corner. There's some good ridge detail next to Allah, and none of that is tied to David. The only thing that is tied to David is on the next page. And since they're flipping from 41A 30 on the back side, and then writing, you know, and there's blood on 31. Okay, so let's look at that, because what you have here is where they're going back. So this isn't like they're going, okay, he's writing this, he's writing that. No, this is going backwards. They're flipping, this is my view, they're flipping backwards from page 58. They're starting from the back. The blood starts from page 58, goes to 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, and ends up on page 30. There's no way, according to what their theory is, that David wrote this wording on page 30. There's no reason for me to think that David is going to write this on page 30 and then flip to 31, 32, 33, 34, and then all the way to 58. There's too much flipping in this notebook for it to not be staged. Now, you can go back and say David staged this. You know, he was flipping. He purposely chose this page. He purposely flipped halfway through this notepad to this page. But what we know is, what they say is that this was open to this page, to page 30. That means this is the last page flipped. He's flipping from the back, or somebody is flipping from the back of this notepad to page 30, purposely. That's staged.
And if you look at the BCA, the huge file that Greg and I both received over a year ago, they copied the notepad and put it in that file. And you'll see that there are plenty of pages where there is room, a lot of room, to write that submit to Allah now, or whatever it's saying. So there's a very specific reason why they picked that particular page to write that. And we're flipping through the notebook to do that. There's blank pages. There's pages with only like a couple lines with several words filled in, and that's it, with lots of space and everything. But they picked that particular page to write it. And it's extremely odd.
So going back to Paulette's question.
You open the file.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you will be able to show everybody exactly what I'm talking about, because it's very hard to describe, but there were plenty of options to write that note, but they picked that particular page. The one in front of the page that they picked is completely blank. Was there anything else that you wanted to cover, Greg?
Okay, sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. I was like, what are we dead air right now, or?
Yeah, I got cut off here. I don't know how much of my rant you guys heard or not, but I'm going to try to log back in here. All right, so tell me what you see on my screen right now. Hopefully you see.
I can't quite tell.
Okay.
I see a bunch of boxes. Are you looking at YouTube or?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at YouTube.
Okay.
Well, got to go to my third backup here. Okay. We'll get there. All right.
Okay, I see that you're looking at the BCA file. You're trying to get to the notepad?
Yeah, I was trying to get to the notepad there, and then I also want to try to get to the stream if I can. If it will let me. And I wanted to try to go through some of the chat. Let's get into the chat room here. So I know we have a lot of good things going on there.
Hey guys, this is Dan. I'm going to be jumping off here. It's 11:30 my time.
Okay, Dan. Any final
No,
words you want to say?
Final words, but thanks for everyone in the chat room. It was awesome. Good job, Greg. Good job, Sophia. And
Thank you.
I'm going to jump off. Thanks again. It was good. Good overview, I think.
Awesome.
All right. All right.
We'll see you soon.
All right. See you. Bye-bye.
All right. I'm going to try to pull up this. Yeah, I don't care what games YouTube is trying to play. We're going to try to beat their game here. They're not going to stop us. Where's the chat? There it is. Okay, let's go through some of these chat things here. Try to go back as far as I can. Okay. You guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Outlaw Bob Barker. Why did you choose David's story to follow so extensively? You know, I didn't really want to follow this case extensively. I pretty much thought that that there would be a lot of other alternative media sources that would cover this, that would look at this, that would say, yes, this is everything we've been talking about. Everything we've been talking about since 2004, since 2005, all leading up to David's trailer in 2012, ending with his death in 2014, 2015, whichever date you want to go with. I expected that there would be a lot more alternative news media that would be involved with this. I expected We Are Change to take head, you know, to be on the front line of this. I expected InfoWars to be on the front line. I expected Adam Kokesh to be on the front line of this? This is everything that these guys have been talking about. And then something real happens and they all pussy out. That was my biggest problem. That bothered me. All of these guys who were tough guys, keyboard warriors, real keyboard warriors, all of a sudden things get real. We Are Change, Luke Rudkowski, Alex Jones, all of these guys, Ben Swan, all of these guys who had David on their show, they all just chickened out. And that bothered me because I was already kind of suspect about a lot of these guys. And it was like everything that I was hoping was not true turned out to be true. That when the chips were down and when something serious really happened, where were these guys? Where were all of these guys who were sitting there for years telling me what I should do, telling me how I should handle September 11th, telling me what I should do about the coming police state. And here you have a clear-cut case of somebody who is obviously a victim of the police state, and these guys all chicken out. They showed me their true colors, and that bothered me because I had followed them. You know, I had given them, you know, I wanted to believe that they were really going to stand up when things got rough. Let me tell you, if they can't stand up for something as simple as David Crowley, those people will never stand up for when something real happens, for when the real coming police state, whatever you want to think is going to happen. These people are not going to stand up for you. They're going to sell out. They sold David Crowley out. They sold him down a river. And they were right there with them. So, let's see.
We had one of the members ask us if somebody was still maintaining David's cell phone account. And the answer was back in May, I think it was May, I had gone to AT&T to ask about certain codes, and they pulled up his account. Now, mind you, we weren't in his account. They just pulled it up, and they told me that it was still active. Now, it had been put on hold, but for non-payment, and it had been on hold for almost 30 days. The account was enough to have 2 lines on it, and it was under Crowley LLC, David Crowley LLC, and we looked that up and we didn't find anything. But the next day I went to a different AT&T and asked the same exact questions about the codes because I still hadn't gotten my answer in regards to that. They looked the account up and I said, yes, I know when he pulled it up that it would be on hold. And he said, no, it's not on hold anymore. It was paid. So at that time, it was active. I haven't gone back to AT&T to ask. So as of right now, I have no answer. But as of May 2019, it had been active. The number was recycled, but his AT&T account was still active. So I guess I really should go back and ask.
Any other?
Let's see here.
I mean, I feel like when my stream dropped, I lost a lot of the chat. So I'm trying to go back here through the chat right now.
They were saying goodbye to Dan.
Okay.
I was trying to answer that question, and then you were.
Wow, a lot of other people's stream crashed too. Okay.
Mhm.
I wasn't the only one. All right.
Yeah, I had to back out a couple times because I wasn't seeing the chat.
Yeah, me too. It was weird. So I know Paulette, let us know if we got your question wrong or anything like that, but she had brought up some really good points about, how do we basically, and this is my interpretation of what Paulette had sent me, so she can correct me in the chat room if I'm wrong here, but it kind of seems like, how do we deal with the repetitive things and all of the new things? We have so many new people that are coming into the group asking the same questions. Obviously, we don't want to deter them from asking those same questions, and maybe Paulette kind of help us. Let me see if I still have that here. So, yeah, the rabbit holes and the repetitive actions. So I think those are those are two of the big things that still keep coming back up, because there are many rabbit holes that you can go down. There are some rabbit holes that people want you to go down that we don't need to go down. So how do you avoid that? How do you deal with that? How do you deal with being hit from so many angles, and there's just so much going on? My only answer and my only thing is just, keep it simple. Keep it as simple as possible. Focus on the facts. Focus on the research documents. Focus on the photos that we have. Start there. Once you feel comfortable that you've understood all of that, then I really think that will help you deal with a lot of the other things that are speculation, that might sound true but might not be true. It kind of helps you deal with all of that. I think if you start with the government did this, that's not a good way to start. I also think that if you start with this was foul play, that's also not a good way to start. So somewhere in the middle is where I think you need to just start with these documents and just go with that. The problem is we have so many people that have started with the documentary or have started with what the alternative media said. So, I mean, that already knocks you a couple steps back. What do you think about that?
We had another question about the music that was playing and where they could find the list. And the list has been loaded to the group files.
Okay, let me go there. Let's go into the file section. Okay, so in the file section, the Equifax. Okay, so which document were they looking for?
The music list that was playing, this should be in the files section. Let me see.
I'm not seeing it here. What's I'm missing?
I know that I had it. Maybe it was just photographs. I I know that
Yeah,
I
no,
posted it. Oh, look at the photos.
yeah, I'm going through the documents here. Oh, you know what? They're not sorted. And regarding that, it seems like there were. I mean, wasn't it weird that one of the songs that was playing in the Sloppymentary was also one of the songs that was on David Crowley's, that was on his playlist. There were a lot of things like that. I mean, even including David Crowley into the credits and all that was really weird. But
Oh, yeah.
to include the songs that were on a playlist that they say he killed his family with, to include that into the documentary, on a Netflix documentary on A&E, it's just weird. It's just, what are you guys doing? They're staging all of this stuff. It's really odd. It's very odd behavior.
So odd. I thought I had that. Where did it go? No problem. I'll get it again.
Okay, so Paulette says, I think my main concept is, if this was a cover-up at the highest level, why do you believe that this case will ever be reopened or solved? And Jesse
question.
says, now we die by Machine Head. Okay, so that's who it is. Why do you believe this case will ever be reopened or solved? You know, there's something spiritually that tells me that this case will be reopened. And I also believe that the case is solved. The case is solved in a sense that this is not a double murder suicide. All we have to do is to not let this case die. Do not let this case become a double murder suicide. That's on us now. That is our biggest challenge. How do you keep this case going? How do you say, you know what, I'm going to spend 5 more years. I'm going to spend 10 more years, whatever it takes. That's a big effort. It's easy to say. It's hard to really follow through with. And I think that's why a lot of people have not said it, because they're not sure if they can follow through with it. Because it's a big deal. But I do think that as long as we keep this case relevant, as long as we keep talking about it, that will lead to reopening this case and to eventually solving this case. But, you know, I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's going to be like a Perry Mason TV show. You know, I don't think there's going to be this guy that we catch saying the wrong thing and they finally say, okay, I did it, blah, blah, blah. I don't think we're going to get that. So it's going to be a letdown for people that are like, hey man, we've been looking at this for 5 years and we haven't solved this case yet. You know, we've been looking at this for a very long time. We have all of this stuff here. How do we get some progress? And I don't know how to give those people hope. You know, I don't know how to say, hey, if we just do A, B, C, D, boom, you know, done. It's not going to work like that. This case is very different. It's very different from any case that I've ever looked into. And that includes 911, and that includes John F. Kennedy. It's very different. It's just something very spiritual here that I feel from my own view. So I do believe that this case will be reopened one day. I don't know when. I don't know how long that's going to take. You look at the Kurt Cobain case, and you look at the film Soaked in Bleach. If you watch that movie, you understand Kurt Cobain did not kill himself. He is not guilty. That is a victory. You know, that is what everybody has been looking for. It doesn't matter what a court says. It doesn't matter what the police say. It matters what the truth is. And Soaked in Bleach, after I watched that, I was 100% convinced that Kurt Cobain was not guilty. That's the response that I want. I want to get that from this case. I already feel that I have it. There's no way that they will ever tell me that David Crowley is guilty. So we've already won. We just got to keep it going. We just got to keep letting people know we've already won, because they don't know that we've already won. They don't know that this case has already been proven, that there's no way they can ever prove David Crowley guilty. That is a victory. That means that he is not guilty. The more that we talk about it, the more that we do things like we're doing right now, the more that it will show other people there is no way David Crowley is guilty. And we do have a big challenge. We do have a lot of people that want this case to just die off. We have people that come after us. We have people that come after us in weird ways, in very strange ways. But it does not matter. From a spiritual point, for me, all that matters is that we keep going and that we keep letting people know that David Crowley is not guilty. That is how we are going to win. And I do believe that if we keep doing that, it will lead to the case being reopened, or somebody else will step in and say, hey, let's take another look, or a family member will finally stand up and say, let's re-examine this. Let's look deeper into this. That's all that it takes. And the people that have been standing in our way know that. They know how little it will take, but they know who has the power to make those things happen. So they go after them. They go after them much more than they would ever come after us. That's why you see the same people circling like sharks, circling the same people, trying to make sure that they are like, you guys are okay with this, you understand, do whatever you want, but just remember, David Crowley is guilty, don't talk about it, and you'll be fine. That's like a payoff. And that's not true. And people don't like that. People don't like to be tricked. They don't like to be told what they should think and what they should not think. And that's why, just talking about this stuff has become a very big threat to some people who want to believe that David Crowley is guilty, which is fine. Believe whatever you want.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Yeah, I'm ranting.
It's okay. We all get this way, especially from time to time, and I know that I've gotten on rants. We had a member ask us about, they were watching The Rise and they could hear something in the background, and that was a copyright for the music because The Rise had been leaked to the internet, and so what it was saying jewel beats, and it was only when the music was playing. And then I wanted to let everybody know that I did upload the list just now to the group. I could have sworn I did it. I uploaded everything else. So odd.
Okay. All right. Well,
And
anything else? I think we've gone here about 4 hours, unless anybody else has any final points here. I mean, we're at 5
I was
years.
asked to post a link, but I can't post links in the chat, unfortunately. I believe that Paulette can because she has adminship or moderatorship or whatever, but I don't have that. She's got a little.
Why don't you have that? Why don't you have that?
You never gave it to me, Greg. You don't trust me.
I don't know if I ever gave it to anybody, but okay.
I'm just not special enough. I understand.
Well, then it's on Paulette. She has to post everything. I'm just going to go through...
No, I can't post any links in the comments, Paulette. But I believe that you can.
I don't know if she can or not.
Yes. That's why your name is blue, or that's why your name is in blue. You have the power.
She has moderator status. How does she get that? What's up with that, Paula?
Yeah, I don't have that. Oh my goodness.
I don't have
you own the channel.
I can't even moderate my own channel apparently. All right. Well, it's all on you, Paulette. Post it all. But I do have file doesn't open. Okay. Let's see if I have anything else here. So how do we get beyond? Okay, how, why, when, where will this case get beyond where we are now?
I'm going to check the file, Paulette. She says the file gives her an error, that she can't open it. Which is weird because... format is not supported. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to delete it and see if I can open it from my Dropbox, because I just tested it before I posted it. Where did I put it? Don't again. Okay, that opens. Format is not supported. Why am I able to open it in my email, though? Greg, if I send you this, would you be able to do it for me, please?
Yeah, what's the format?
I'm gonna WPS, but I'm able to open it from my email. It's just when I get it to my Dropbox, I can't open it after that. I'm gonna send it to you in email. Which is extremely odd. No, it's a PDF, which it should be able to open. Let me just take screenshots of it.
Let's see what type of format. Yeah, it doesn't let me up.
It's okay.
Um,
I'll take screenshots of it and
yeah, if you can share it in the Facebook group, I might be able to move to there.
it's just one of the members listening tonight wanted to see the copy and they're not on Facebook. Is there any way that they might be able to PM one of us, or not PM us, but email one of us,
Yeah, I don't think so.
and we can hand them the list that way? Aw, 2 dislikes. Gee, I wonder who that could be.
Only 2?
Right?
I was expecting more. Patty says Paulette. Wait, no, where's Patty? Patty says, oh, Johanna says, have you watched Escaping Exodus yet? No, I have not. Paulette, is it designated Smurfette? Okay, that's funny.
I love it. I'm still laughing over the dislikes because how petty of them. Okay. You haven't even heard what we had to say. You just give us a dislike. You're so mature, people.
I mean, that's, you know, that's fine. I mean, we can't expect everybody to like this, but some people don't. You know, some people don't want to hear about this. They don't want to hear about it so much that they want to make sure that we don't talk about it.
Oh, I know exactly what they could do with their opinions.
What's that? Tell me.
Oh, no, I think Catherine told them plenty of times in her video. I'm trying to keep it PG here.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know she had it in her. God bless her heart.
Oh, I did. I was so surprised that she yeah.
Okay, well, I went ahead and did screenshots of the playlist and added it to the group, and if you are able to put it in a PDF, that would be great. If not, then I'll just type it all out myself, and we'll do our own file. Is there anything else that you want to cover?
Just going through my notes here. I don't think there's anything that we haven't covered here. So we'll hang on here for a few more minutes, but I think otherwise, we've gone over 4 hours now, so.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's still, you know, the bodies were still found on January 17th, 2015. That's where this all started. And there were many people like Mike Paczesny who wondered why nobody was reaching out to David, why nobody had talked to him or had tried to communicate with him in 3 weeks. Mike Paczesny is the guy who, at least one of the people who, after learning of David's death, he had a copy of Gray State v. Rise, and he put it out there. He put it out there on YouTube, and people started copying it and started looking at it, and that was the first big tell that there was something weird going on with this case. That was one of my big tells. Was like, okay, I know Mike because I've been on Mike's show. We've talked about other topics, and for him to just put David Crowley's film out there, even though it's a quote unquote rough cut of his, I guess it's his documentary companion to whatever fictional film he was working on. Mike puts this film out there, people see it, and all of a sudden Mike says, at the request of the family, I'm going to take it down. So Mike has a lot of pressure. Guess who? Guess who is putting pressure on Mike to take that film down? I'll give you one guess. And it starts with MFer. Sean Wright.
Mhm.
So we're back there. Why is Sean Wright so involved in this case? Why does he care? Why does he care what anybody else thinks about this? Why does he contact me and care so much about me, somebody that he does not know, did not know me, spent all this time contacting me, trying to convince me to not talk about the David Crowley case? How many other people do you think Sean Wright has contacted with the same line?
I don't know. I know he told Catherine the basically the same stuff. I think Dan also. I'm the lucky one. I haven't been contacted. Not that I would respond. Oh no, I was contacted by the neighbor though. I'm not going to say her name because she's like Beetlejuice, The minute she hears her name, boom, she appears. But Patty is, I think, trying to get your attention.
Okay, Patty, what's up?
They want to see the pyramid picture on the, I guess it's that table that with the teapot on it.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second. All right. Just fixing my battery here. And we'll take a look at that. Okay, so it's definitely... Okay, Sophia, because I'm streaming here and I can't really look at I can't look at the chat room at the same time. I'm going to rely on you to relay anything in the chat room to me right now. Alright. Okay, so they want to see the image of that. I think we're getting closer. Must have passed it. Okay, I need an image number. Back to the living. Okay. I think this is the one they're talking about, right? Alright, so I'm zooming in here on that image. Okay, so I got the image up here.
Sorry, my phone dropped the call. Can you hear me?
All right, so I don't know if Sophia is still with us or not.
Can you hear me?
I do. Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The call had dropped.
Yes.
I don't even know.
A couple times.
Okay.
That's all right. We're not going to be stopped. Remember that. No matter what they do here. All right, so I'm going to zoom in here on that. On the pyramid. Okay, well, let me see. Let me go back to the chat here and see what's going on. Okay, Patty asked, she got that as a gift, stuffed animal, right? I don't know if she got it as a gift, but I do know that there's definitely 2 stuffed animals. There's one that's in some of the crime scene photos. So kind of in this area here, there's a lemur there, and then all of a sudden, in this area here, the lemur ends up over there, or you can actually see it right here. So I don't know why there's that cattail looking thing over here in this area. There's clearly a lemur, maybe over here. So I mean, for me, I the whole hand is really the, that's. I mean, I look at this and I'm just like, okay. I want to think that these 2 images that the hand should be in the same place. Okay, if it's not, then the police know it, Apple Valley Police know it, BCA knows it, everybody else in the house knows it. Go back. Okay, Patty says it was under the tree, then moved while the cops are there. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue with that because of where you see it. And then...
So many people have asked if there was a cat in regards to this case. Even I asked that question at one time. I can't even remember what it was that got me to think about that.
Yeah, because there was a cattail next to the Christmas tree. And then that's what I thought that the lemur was that was next to the bodies. So obviously, if the cat tail that I thought was a lemur was next to the bodies, that can't be right. So, Gmail's like the worst ever. you notice, okay, there's something here, right, in this corner, and then and maybe Patty can help us find what the image is that shows that lemur next to the Christmas tree. Maybe it's not the same thing.
The lemur next to the Christmas tree. Okay.
Maybe we're looking at two different things here.
It had to have been covered recently.
BCA 4452 shows where that tail is. So maybe there's another stuffed animal there. I don't know, but it's hard to think that this lemur, if this is a lemur, like I first thought, BCA 4452, it's hard to believe that that lemur all of a sudden is over here where the bodies were. So maybe there's two. I don't know.
Is it the black one? Because there's one laying by the couch.
No, it's like right next to where David is, right next to his leg, to his left leg. There's something there. There's like a stuffed animal thing there.
Okay.
Something there. I don't know what it is.
Photo. And let me go to that photo.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. But yeah, there's it's hard to believe that there's two. So maybe there's two stuffed animals, you know. I don't know. And unfortunately, every time I zoom in, it just reduces the quality of crap.
Yeah, this photo is so horrible.
Yeah. Well, because it's not a photo. It's inside of a PDF. So.
But there's another photo here. Let me send it to you, because after they are removed, it's just a living room with the carpet, and there's things laid out still. I sent it to you on Facebook. And that has to be like another stuffed animal type thing. It's all black. It does kind of look like a cat.
Yeah.
A scarf.
Okay,
And
what's the image number? What's that image number? I want to pull up the raw one, because that's a very important one right there.
I know that I have it. Give me 1 minute.
Now let's look at this one. Let's look at BCA 5125. Here we can see the lemur. There's no tail there, so this lemur that was next to David is not the same stuffed animal, whatever it is, that's in the other, that's in BCA 4452. These are two separate things. Two completely separate things.
I have such a bad habit of deleting my photos after I crop them. I don't know. I have to go back. But yeah, doesn't that look like a cat in a way?
Yeah, BCA 4452. There's a tail there, but it's obviously a stuffed animal, some type of stuffed animal. That's a lot of hair. I mean, if you look at BCA 4452, there's just a ton of hair. And it's not just there. If you look at BCA 5125, even after they've, moved everything, the bodies are gone, they've marked everything is check marked, got the red tags. Look at all of that hair there. I mean, it's crazy how much hair is there. And how do they say what all of this hair is for? This is all supposed to be Komil's hair? That is a lot of hair. I mean, that looks like multiple people's hair. I don't know.
It just reminds me of when you go to the salon and you get a haircut, and when you walk in and you see everybody getting their haircut and the hair is all over the floor. I mean, it looks like multiple people. This photo tells so much. It really does. You could certainly tell that the bodies were moved because they don't line up with the staining. And it's just, I can't even imagine what it looked like when the police entered.
I mean, that was the other thing, because I know we had talked about the whole metadata thing, all of that, and I mean, I think Catherine and Dan have really, helped me kind of see all different sides of it and everything, and it makes me wonder, these images, is there a protocol to give certain images to the people, to label them differently? The problem with these images in general is, how do you have, obviously, if the BCA is going through this house, right? You kind of start at BCA 4361, 4362, right? And everything looks like it's in order. But as you go down this line, some of these things are just like, there's no order here. Everything is kind of, it's like, okay, all of a sudden they're in the kitchen, and then, they're here, I don't know, the order, the way that they took some of these photos, the only thing that we want to know is just, help us understand what these photos are, why you took these photos, so that we can try to understand, what your thought process was. You guys are going through this house, you're taking these photos, and then all of a sudden, you have new different photos. So, like, starting at BCA 4746, boom, now we're at number 2. So everything between BCA 4729 and BCA 4746, we weren't given. What do you think those images are?
I have no
Gotta be the bodies. Well, if we start at BCA 4746, shows number 2. Well, what is number 1? Number 1 is the gun. So can we assume that everything between, that BCA 4730 and BCA 4745 is images of the bodies and of the gun? That's a lot of missing photos.
Mhm.
And it goes on and on and on, and we're like, okay, now you ended in the basement. All of a sudden, we're back in the living room, which is where the real crime scene is. That's where the crime scene is. All three bodies are found in the living room. The whole focus should be on the living room. So there's a lot of things that are missing. The BCA photos, I think, are a lot more, I think they're done better than a lot of the other ones, but okay, maybe I'm rambling again. Let's see, anything in the chat room here that we should cover?
Near number 42 is that gun show or a button on the floor. I guess if you could go back to the living room again.
Okay. Before the markers, I'm sure. Or no? Maybe
Just keep in mind that those markers are all jumbled now in that photo because the bodies had already been removed and.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the, if you look at the documents that we were given, what you're seeing is it's in order of what we were given. So, okay, so somebody said item 42. Let's look at that. Let's have these item 42s here. So was it to the left or to the right of 42? There's 42 right there.
Bottom on the or near number 42. It was, and I think it was in the living room photo that you were showing with the carpet.
It's like a yellow and white cone-shaped thing. Is that what?
I'm not seeing it. How odd. Oh, there we go. No, that is a bullet connected to Komel. She has 42, 43, and 44 were connected to Komel.
Mm-hmm.
All the ones that were found on the carpet. So that's a hollow point bullet that you're seeing right there. And then you said on the white toy.
I think what they're talking about is the go here. I think they're talking about this ornament, the Christmas ornament or something. It's next to the lemur. So in
Looks
this
like
image,
a cushion button. That's what it says. It looks like a cushion button.
right. I'm going to keep it on here at 42. Only because I had to go to my backup stream.
Is it that?
Their number 42 is that a gun show or a bullet or a button?
What is that?
Floor?
Is that the lemur?
That is the lemur, which means it is not the same thing that was next to the Christmas tree. So we have two stuffed animals. And really this lemur, I don't know if it's one of those backpack things or what, but basically we're talking about two separate things. And this is after the bodies are moved, but the bullets aren't. That's weird. So if you look at number 42 here, the bullet is not moved. 43, the marker is still there, so and the things that they're moving and they're not moving. I mean, look at all of this hair here that we have here. And this is BCA 5108 that we're looking at now. And all of those blankets are now moved up to the couch, which, you know, for people who do this type of thing, is that normal? Why are these blankets up there? I mean, and here's the crazy thing. This is all before, I mean, here's my question. Is this all before the medical examiners are in the house? No, the medical examiners had to have been in there.
They came
when
and
the bodies
left
were still
already.
there, right?
This is. They moved the blankets after she got there.
Okay.
The bodies have already been.
So
You know
this
that
image
photo where they were placed in different areas? Like,
yeah.
okay, I think this was taken around that same time,
Okay.
where they're already in the body bags.
All right.
I'm
Which are
thinking
not.
they should have
I don't
taken
think
those
those are-
blankets.
Yeah. And that's weird because those aren't a part of the BCA. They're only a part of the Apple Valley that we have. I mean, and that's the whole thing. It's like, how do they get to say, okay, we're going to give you these, but we're not going to give you those? I mean, is that a big, I guess, could they get in trouble for that?
I don't know.
Why
I mean,
not
there was
give us
so many
everything?
things that weren't
I mean,
done
even look at this
properly.
one. Look at BCA 5104, and look at where the lemur is. All of a sudden, it's moved. You know, it's like, of course, this is going to fuel speculation. Are they just randomly deciding? It almost feels like it's so calculated what images they're going to give us and what images they're not. I don't know. Where is the TV? I don't think they had a TV, so I don't see any TV in that house.
Well, Greg,
Good?
it is 12:40 here.
All right.
12:40 in the
down.
morning.
Yeah, we can go on forever, but okay, let's shut this down. I want to thank everybody for joining us, and we are going to come back hopefully next week, if not sooner. And yeah, I hope to have a few more.
I just want to thank everybody in the live stream tonight and for such a great discussion. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody.
If you're still with us, hopefully you are. I just want to let everybody know, I want to thank everybody for joining us here. We've gone way over time. We've had a lot of technical issues and glitches, but I want to thank everybody. I want you, I really want to thank everybody just for helping us keeping this case going. Everything that you do, every question that you ask, everything leads us closer to the truth. And it's very important for us to all to understand that we have the case solved. The case is solved if you look at the fact that nobody can prove David Crowley guilty. Let's start there. Let's end there. I think that is what is going to help us keep the case reopened. Thank you all. Sorry for all of the technical difficulties that we've had tonight, but I appreciate all of you joining us and staying with us, and God bless you all, and until we meet again.